Ready to go? I see Steve in the chat. We are live now. Wes, George, chat. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming. This is um, West Wicks,
Wes Wicker.
West Wicker of Wicks glazes, like meat glazes, right?
Yep, Big Wicks.
Big Wicks. Yep. So, Uncle Steve, I see you in the chat again. Was it 6:45? All right, he'll be on at 6:45. He's saying.
Okay.
So, Wes, Zach from Brisket Medic has always talked about you, and I saw Uncle Steve do a mail call, and I thought it would be really cool if we can get you on here. I'm glad to see that you were willing to pop in here with us and
Yeah.
give us
Appreciate you
about an
having me
hour's
on.
time. I'm curious about your product. You're brand new to me. Other than hearing what Zach was saying. Zach was actually going to be here this evening, but he remembered that he had to one of his daughters has a dance recital, and
Oh yeah.
I told him, I said, okay, I'll tell the chat that that Zach has a dance recital, just being silly, but
Yeah.
anyhow, he's always raved about your product, and then from what I've seen of it, here and there, and I listened to some of Johnny Mag's interview of you just so I can educate myself a little bit more about Wes. And
Yeah.
so here we are. So I do have some questions about you or for you. My first question is basically what got you into the barbecue industry? And I'm sure some of these questions are going to be repetitive, but I try to change them up a little
Oh,
bit,
that's
try to
fine.
sound different. But
I just I grew up with a single mom, and so I've always I was kind of the man of the house. My mom bought my first grill when I was probably 8 or 9, something like that. And so I was always responsible for cooking anything outside and all that. And then I grew up in Boy Scouts.
yep,
And I was always the kid that got up at 5 o'clock in the morning to help cook. I was in one of the largest Boy Scout troops in Texas. There's about 100 kids and about 75 men in my
right.
troop, and so just always cooked. And that we did a lot of grilling and barbecuing and all that stuff in the evenings and at our summer camp and all that. And then so yeah, it's just passion that carried on through high school and college. And during college, I barbecued quite a bit, just kind of out of necessity.
Hmm.
I basically meal prep. On the weekends, I'd cook a bunch of stuff, and then that's what I would eat all week. Being a broke college kid. And so yeah, back when I was in college, I had Tabasco brand jalapeno jelly at a ranch, at a little house party out at a ranch in West Texas, the 4 Sixes Ranch that Taylor Sheridan owns now.
Hmm.
I was at a get together there, and the lady hosting it had Tabasco brand jalapeno jelly. And one of my best friends in high school, his grandmother, she always had a garden and did a bunch of canning, and so I was always intrigued by that.
Hmm.
And once I had that jalapeno jelly, I decided I was going to make my own. And since I was barbecuing all the time, I decided I was going to smoke the jalapenos to put my own twist on it.
Hmm.
And so I gave some to some friends and family, and they said, "This is really good. You should sell it." And so I did. And I sold about 600 jars when I was in college. And then I graduated, got a big boy job. And it kind of, I just stopped doing it for about 6 years or so. And then when I went on my first date with my wife, we ate at a restaurant that had jalapeno jelly and with cream cheese as an appetizer. And so I told her about mine and all that. And she said, "Well, you'll have to make it for me sometime." And anyway, so about 8 months into dating, she calls me. Well, and so yeah, I take her up to Lubbock, which is where I'm from, where I went to college and all that. And she kept hearing about it and all that. So yeah, 8 months into dating, she calls me and says, "Hey, I'm tired of hearing about this jelly. I want you to make me some." And so I did, and I took a picture and put it on Facebook, and that post got about 500 reactions and like 300 comments, and everybody was asking if I would start making it again. And so
Hmm.
I asked her if she would help me, get it back up and going? She said, yeah. And so we ended up selling 17,000 mason jars of
Damn.
jalapeno jelly. Yeah. And she canned every single one of them. She busted her ass. You know, we were both working full-time jobs, and then you know, I was smoking the peppers and buying all the ingredients and all that stuff. And most of the time it was my wife doing all the, you know, cooking all the jelly and canning it.
Right.
And so, yeah, we sold 17,000 mason jars.
Good
And
God.
we were, you know, we built our website and we were shipping online and all that stuff and selling all over the place here in Texas. And it got to the point where it was selling faster than we could make it. My wife was kind of getting burnt out on cooking the jelly and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, and I was ready to get to the next level, you know, and start getting into some larger retailers, grocery stores, and things like that. And so, yeah, we started looking for co-packers. And right when we got in with our co-packer is when we kind of changed it from the jelly to the glaze. Um, we had a lot of customers that were melting it down to use it as a glaze anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And back when we did the jelly, anytime we had a batch that didn't set up, you know, it didn't gel, we would sell those to barbecue restaurants, you know, at a discounted cost, and they would use it, you know, on different specials and things like that. Like Panther City here in Fort Worth, they would use it on like ham steaks and um,
That's good. I
so
love
yeah,
that.
well, yeah, it's great on pork steaks. So, but yeah, so like I said, when we got into the co-packer, that's when we changed it into a glaze. It's a little easier to use, more versatile. You know, the jelly you'd have to kind of mix it up really good, you know, with a spoon, and then you know spread it out or whatever, or microwave it, you know, to kind of get it into a good consistency to use it on meat.
Right.
And so yeah, we our recipe now is the same as it was then, just minus the one ingredient that makes it gel
Right.
on the original. But yeah, now we've got three different flavors. We got our original mesquite smoked jalapeno glaze. We have a hotter version called Fuego, which we released back in March, and that one is smoked jalapenos with habanero and serranos added to it. And then those two are our permanent flavors, and then our third one is just going to be a rotating seasonal, like every 2 months. So like right now, it's strawberry with smoked
Strawberry. I
jalapeno.
was going to say, yeah, strawberry.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
saw
poached
that.
strawberry, and then so that's for May and June, and then July and August we're going to be doing Parker County peach, which is you know, Parker County peach is kind of a big deal here in Texas. You know, they have a big festival and they grow a ton of them out there, and so yeah, we're kind of paying homage to different regions of Texas. You know that you know, grow uh, different things, and then also kind of playing into the scarcity aspect of having seasonal flavors, kind of like Shiner has always done with their beer.
Right.
You know, I know people that you know, they like a specific beer, you know, that Shiner makes, and when they release it, they go and buy a ton of it and you know, stock up on it for the year. And so yeah, that's what I was kind of hoping people would do with the glaze, and so far, yeah, people have been doing it. The strawberry is I don't know, in my opinion, it's out of this world. It's my personal favorite that we've ever made.
Well, it's probably really an excellent idea because you know you can sort of kind of test the markets, and you know
Yeah,
just like you're saying right now, the strawberries, you might just hit something that's just going to take off, you know,
yeah,
and then
yeah,
next thing
for
you know,
sure.
you can't even think about removing it because it's like Taco Bell wanting to remove their taco pizza, you know, their
Right.
you know that they got enough slack from that they brought that back, at least for our area anyway. They did away with it
Yeah.
for a while.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it happened here too. Yeah. Or yeah, I remember that making, yeah, getting a lot of national coverage. Yeah, because so many people wanted it.
Yeah, so we have one question. I have, like I say, a list of questions, but one of them is Drunken Chef. He has a channel. He also has a line of rubs and seasonings himself. Um, but how do people get a hold of you? Are you on YouTube right now? And do you have a YouTube?
I have a YouTube username, but I have not posted a single video on there. That's something I plan on doing once I get back to Lubbock. And I've talked to Zach at Brisket Medic, and I've told him I'm definitely going to need his help with that. YouTube
Yeah,
is a totally new thing for
Yeah.
me. And I also, yeah, so I plan on doing that, and also plan on, just kind of stepping up my, my content and all that.
Yeah. This is something that's sort of, I mean, I don't want to say it's brand new, but it's something that, it's freshly starting. It's nothing that you've been in this for years and years as far as
Right.
going to the market with it, but we'll have to get somehow or another get your information out there. NBL, I don't know if you can do some type of research for me, brother, and see if you can pull off of Wes's product, at least put a website up or something for him.
I was gonna say, yeah, we have a website. We're on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, X, and then Threads. Um, so yeah, all of our social media is at BigWixTX, and then our website is bigwixtx.com.
BigWixTX.com. And
Yep.
I'll get this info.
So, and that has our so people can order from our website, and then we also have a store map, a store locator where people can type in their city and state or their zip code, and it'll bring up the closest store to them. We're in 246 stores throughout the U.S. We're in one in Sweden and one in Australia.
Yeah, I was listening to Mags when you were saying that. I was like, man, it's going crazy for you. It's really doing well.
Yeah, yeah.
Let me go back to the top. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying it. Yeah, it's really taken off in about the last 7 months or so.
It's got to be good if that's happening to you.
Yeah.
Scotty, I didn't know you didn't have a wrench. Let me get a couple more questions. One of the things when I did listen to your interview with Johnny Maggs, was that how you learned about the jellies and all that, and it was the same for me. My mother-in-law came over here. She put some cream cheese on some type of a cracker,
Yeah.
and then that jalapeno jelly on top of it. And she says, "Try this." And I was like, "Hmm." And I bit into it, and I was like, "Oh my God, this is like, where has this been all my life?" I mean, it's excellent. I mean,
Yeah.
excellent. I love
Yeah.
it. Absolutely love it. And then the other thing is the Boy Scouts. I was Boy Scout too. I mean, I used to love doing that, the open fire cooks. And even if it was just, I mean, it's not like you cook steaks, not in our Boy Scout troop 414, I think it was. We just had hot dogs, that we would grill off
Really?
sticks. But I used to love doing all that stuff. Love doing all that stuff. Then, one of the things you already sort of touched base on is that what actually made it a glaze and not a glaze, but you just sort of answered that. So it's the body of it. So it's a product that makes it gel up from a jelly and not using that product makes it a thinner for a glaze finish. Correct?
Right. Yeah. It's just when we transitioned from the jelly to a glaze, we removed the pectin, which is the ingredient that makes it gel, and so yeah, and then we took out the pectin and we added xanthan gum just to make it a little bit thicker. That way, when you pour it over cream cheese or pour it over a rack of ribs, it doesn't just completely run off.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we add a little bit of viscosity, with the xanthan gum.
Will that thicken up more as you cook it? So if you're letting that set longer, I'm
Oh yeah,
assuming.
if you reduce it down, just kind of cook it low and slow, let it simmer in a little pot. Yeah, it'll thicken up quite a bit.
Yeah.
That's something I've done a few times. Like when I'm if I'm cooking something with barbecue sauce, sometimes I'll mix the glaze with barbecue sauce and I'll combine the two and melt them down in a little cast iron. I've got like a little cast iron melting pot that I'll throw on the grill, and it'll thicken up quite a bit in that.
Yeah.
Or I've also done it on the stove in a little sauce pot.
Yeah, I have the same thing. Little lodge, probably like a 4-inch or 6-inch round that I'll use on a grill or something like that to try and thick something up.
So that photo that he was showing just a second ago, with some pork belly burn ends. Like I said, a lot of times when I use the glaze, I'll mix it 50-50 with a good barbecue sauce, one of my friend's products usually. But those pork belly burn-ins, yeah, when I made them, I did them just straight, the poteet strawberry glaze, just to see what it tasted like on its own on
Mhm.
pork belly burn-ins, and it was phenomenal.
Yeah. As I said in the beginning, I'm really just learning about Wes. So I mean, did you did you like do any type of competitions beforehand
No,
or?
I've never really been a uh, competition barbecue guy. I've actually I judged a lot of competition barbecue. When I lived in Lubbock, there was always, a bunch of comps going on and all up there, and I had, I knew friends that were kind of putting those on, and they asked me to judge because, yeah, people have always kind of known me as a barbecue guy, and for cooking a lot of barbecue and all that. But yeah, I've actually never entered a comp. Um, so
Yeah. Some of these questions again, Wes. I'm sorry if they're repetitive, but I try
that's
to
fine.
make them different. But it's all about getting your product out there, And so, well, you sort of kind of touch base on it again with your opening statement as far as flavors. So you're going to have a rotate. You have your standard two, your staple ones.
Yeah.
Uh, Maybe the strawberry is even going to become a staple one. It's weird you're talking about strawberry. Another barbecue channel that shipped me 2 cans of strawberry beer, and
Oh, yeah.
we're talking about strawberries. And here, the strawberry. Just last night, I tasted it, so it was different.
Yeah.
As far as new flavors, you talked about the peach one is going to come up. So it sounds like you're just going to have a rotating third or fourth flavor in there that's coming around. So
Yeah.
nothing
So,
stoned right now.
right. Yeah. So I've already got it kind of planned out for about the next year or so.
Wow.
What I plan on doing every 2 months. So, I mean, I can go ahead and spill the beans if you want me to
Sure.
on
You heard it here
so
first.
so yeah so yeah May currently May and June we're doing the Parker or the Poteet strawberry. July and August will be Parker County peach, and then September October will be prickly pear with smoked jalapenos, and then November December we'll do cranberry with smoked jalapenos. And then I think January, February, we're planning on doing cherry with the smoked jalapenos. Smoked jalapenos are going to be in all of them just because that's our,
Right.
you know, our
That's
what we do. And then I think strawberry, I'm probably going to move up next year to March and April because I actually missed the festival this year. The Poteet, Texas, they have a festival because they grow tons of strawberries down there and all that. So I
right.
missed it by like 2 weeks, when we launched Poteet this year. So yeah, we'll probably slide that forward to March and April, and then May and June next year we'll probably do an apricot with smoked
Yeah.
jalapenos.
Or a
And
blueberry. Blueberry sounds good to me.
yeah, I was just say so that's kind of my schedule right now, tentative schedule. But I'm looking at different things that are growing here in Texas. They blueberries on the list of something then it's just a matter of getting in the test kitchen at my co-packer and doing some development.
Mhm.
I plan on doing I'd really like to do a blueberry. They grow a lot of them in East Texas and Nacogdoches. So yeah, we'd probably name it that Nacogdoches blueberry, and then maybe even a watermelon. Uh,
Oh, yeah.
there's Luling
Good.
watermelon, and then
Yeah.
Pecos cantaloupe
Yeah.
is a
That's
big deal
all
here in
sounds great.
Texas,
Yeah.
and yeah, kind of the sky's the limit. So
All those are sounding great. Sound really good.
yeah.
Uh, the smoking of the peppers. I mean, is there like a certain handling of this product? Is it a well ventilated area? I mean, you just smoking them, and you don't have to worry about anything that's coming off of them, or handling them. I'm sure if you handle them, you should don't want to touch your eyes or anything like that.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So I typically do 210 pounds of jalapenos at a time. I'm doing those at. So I have a 500-gallon smoker on a trailer, but I've also got some friends that have a barbecue restaurant here about 10 minutes away from me, and they let me cook on their 1,000-gallon. And so the last batch of peppers I did 420 pounds. So that's 12 35-pound crates. So it's quite a bit. So yeah, what I do is I smoke them, and they turn, they turn kind of soft and brown, and then yeah, once they're done, I cool them down and then vacuum seal them and freeze them, and then I take them to my co-packer and they make the glaze and bottle it and all that stuff.
Is that right? I'm a poblano fan. I don't smoke them, but I will take my poblanos. Like I have poblanos in my freezer from last year. I've got another some more out there, growing, but I'll do the same thing. I didn't think that you could freeze them, but I froze them and I've cooked them. Used them.
Yeah, they freeze fine.
They freeze good. I was concerned with it, but they work great.
I love poblanos too. Anytime I'm cooking, any recipe that calls for bell pepper, I'll substitute poblano just because I think it has a much better flavor.
Agreed.
Like cheesesteaks, especially like my wife and I, we call them Texas cheesesteaks. So yeah, we use poblano instead of bell pepper, and kind of do some other things to kind of give them a Texas flavor instead of Philly. Yeah.
So Uncle Steve in his mail call said, so the other thing was that we sort of touched on it too, your growth, man. I can't get over how fast things are really taking off for you. And I mean, that's a good sign, but and I'm not questioning what you're doing, but I'm just wondering, I mean, is it something that you're trying to keep under control a little bit so it doesn't go?
Yeah, we are. We've been very intentional and deliberate about not growing too big too fast, just because I've observed so many businesses kind of, take off like a rocket and then crash and burn.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, my wife and I, we started this back up 5 years ago, and we've just been really focusing on just having steady organic growth and making sure that we could sustain, our growth, be able to produce, fast enough and be able to deliver, to customers online and stores. And but yeah, Me Church did, that big video for us on YouTube, and that's when things really kind of kicked off. And we've been able to keep up, and yeah, we're working on growing more here and there at a time. So yeah, we're looking at adding. Like I said, we're in about 246 stores right now. We should be in about 300 by the end of summer. I would expect.
Right.
And but yeah, just try not to grow too fast. I could easily be in every academy and Ace Hardware with one phone call. Matt Pittman told me that, from eChurch. But I know that we're not ready yet. We couldn't keep up. I literally couldn't smoke jalapenos fast enough,
Right.
So, but we're working on getting some things in place, like getting a bigger smoker and things like that, because that's what limits, our growth is how fast we can smoke jalapenos. Because, barbecue sauce and rubs, there's an infinite amount of ingredients for those. My product relies on, me being able to smoke the jalapenos.
Right.
And so yeah, once we get a a bigger smoker or a couple big smokers, then we'll be able to really take the brakes off and get going. So
what do you sell your glazes for? How much does each bottle cost for the consumer?
On my website, they're $10 a bottle.
Okay.
In the grocery store that we're in, they're at $7.99. Most of the mom and pop stores are between $10 and $12 a bottle.
Okay.
And that's for 20 ounce, 12 ounce, 16?
It's 16.
16 ounce.
It's not a bad price. Actually, it's pretty good. $10.
Yeah.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
And you only have one. You don't have. Do you sell them by gallons or just?
We do also have gallon jugs. Yeah, we've got about 20 restaurants here in Texas that are using it. I just see Chef's question. We're in Shields in Arizona. I think that's the only store that we're in Arizona at the moment. We're working on getting in more. Like I'm actually talking to Kroger. They have they have several stores out in Arizona. But yeah, so the gallon jugs, yeah, I've got about 20 restaurants here in Texas that are using it. A lot of them, or most of them, are Texas Monthly Top 50 barbecue restaurants, and then we've got some high-end steakhouses that are using it. Like there's one in Lubbock in my hometown called Las Brisas. They put it on a Wagyu meatball appetizer and a charcuterie board appetizer, and Las Brisas has a sister restaurant up in Amarillo. They do the same thing. We've got
here in California. Do you sell your product here in California or not yet?
Not yet. Yeah, we get a ton of orders from California. I was actually just telling Shields, my point of contact at Shields the other day, is that we get tons of orders from California all the time, but we're not in a single store there. So yeah, we're looking at what is it, Ralph's that's out there in California?
You got Ralph's, you got Vaughn's, Stater Brothers, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So Ralph's is the one. Yeah, the one that's owned by Kroger, and so yeah, I'm talking to them about getting it in some of those stores.
All right.
So Chandler, Arizona. To answer, Chef's question. Yeah. So hopefully that's fairly close.
Again, it gets back to Mags because like I said, this was just something that was just spur of the moment. I didn't know that it would work out, and it did. Thank you, Wes, for be willing to come out here and and just sit on a panel with a couple of younger guys, and I think it's very cool that you're able to do that. What's up, Uncle Steve?
Hey, there's Steve.
What's up, Uncle Steve?
How you guys doing?
All right,
we're doing.
Wes, how you doing?
Pretty good, Steve. Man. Pretty good.
I have to ask Wes a question. It's second interview, and I've seen you in. You've been in your truck in both of them.
Yeah, I travel a lot, man. I just got home.
Yeah. And I'm gonna make the connection real quick. I love the Texas Tech sticker.
Yeah.
I was born in Lubbock.
Were you really?
I was a Texas Tech baby.
Awesome.
And actually signed my first letter of commitment to play football at Tech.
Oh, really?
Now, awesome. I'll cut to a quick story in that I didn't go. I ended up not going out there, but it wasn't because of the football. It wasn't because of anything other than personal things. I'll say fell apart. But I was a little mental back then. But yeah, I'm a Lubbock baby. Born and raised. I love it.
Yeah, I lived there from '93 to 2015. Put myself through school at Texas Tech, and so that's why.
Right.
Shoot 'em up, baby. Guns up.
Yeah.
Oh. So and I want to thank you also for the package. I know you saw the little pop-up video. We went and we put that on all the social medias. I was
appreciate it.
Real surprised. It got like the first day got over 1,000 views, and I thought, well, isn't that nice? Maybe I'm not as ugly as I thought I was. So
Zach from Brisket Medic's been talking up his stuff for months, probably almost a year, maybe. Well, I don't even know.
And that's actually how I found out about Steve Shake, because I always see Steve's stuff and Zach's videos, and Zach's always been great to use my stuff in videos and all that. So Steve, I was actually going to tell you, I appreciate you saying that you're going to send me some shake too. I've enjoyed it. A year or two ago, I bought some at Buc-ee's. So I'm looking forward to trying some more, and hopefully one of the ones you're sending me is your new one.
Yes, the Magic Ribs.
That'd be great. Yeah.
It actually
would be great.
We do 16 different flavors, and you're getting one of each. So.
Oh wow!
Well, it won't. It's not. And I used to send all the big bottles,
right?
And then I realized not everybody's going to love everything, so I'm going to send the regular size, the size bottle I sell in a Buc-ee's. I'm going to send 16 of those, and then we'll narrow it down to your favorite I don't know, 15, then then you can go ahead. But I watched the story. I watched you on Mags, watched you here, and I've listened. And so many of the things that you said really rang the bell, of the exact same way for me starting off starting off just me. Kent used to laugh and say, here's the folks. I used to put my phone number on the bottles. I wanted people to call me just so I could talk. But
the number on our Facebook page is my cell phone number.
Yeah. He said, you want to talk to the president, the CEO, the chief bottler, you want to talk to the head mixer, you want to talk to the janitor, there's phone number. Because and I'm a single dad. So unless I'm putting my daughters to work, I know you say your wife helps you out some now because you're so big. I'm still a one man, or I have a couple of high school kids that'll come in and help me with shipping.
All right.
Because
that's awesome.
we're a little bit different. One of the only differences, I don't press my retail that much. I love being in Buc-ee's, but still being small, still key. I watch over everything. And I'm a single dad of 3 wonderful daughters, and I still have my gymnastics company. Like you said, one call and I could be in academies, I could be in HEB, I could be in Kroger's.
All right.
Still somewhere up here clicking in my mind of everybody that touches the bottle gets a cut.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So the first thing I did was really blow up our internet stuff. Now, for me, it was right because it was during COVID, and nobody could go anywhere. And I was a COVID company in that I was having fun, playing a little bit of this and that. COVID hit, my regular moneymaker went from pretty good to 0.
Wow.
And I went, well, I can go back to pole dancing at the old folks' home, or I can see if it's going to work. And and actually, the old folks' home thing kind of paid off for a while, but then they started cutting back in Social Security, and I quit getting. Now, while we're doing this, I didn't mean to jump in early. My daughters cooked me dinner. They're going to put it over here, and I'm going to nibble a little bit while y'all talk, but I'm gonna get into it also. Oh, girls, we have mini pastas. We have a little edamame and some garlic bread. You did great.
Oh, sounds great.
This is my middle, Lainey. Come here.
Hey, Lainey.
She just turned 11. Stevie, you can get in once. Everybody knows Stevie.
Everybody knows Steve's in all the videos.
Yeah, I saw her a couple days ago.
She's about to turn 6. Yeah. Okay, go that way. My oldest, thank you, girls. My oldest just turned 15, and we've started driving.
Oh,
And we're in the parking lot of her high school, just easing around it. But so that's a whole new connection for us, and that's what I do it for, the connections with them. But jumping back to what you're saying, being small, I hit internet as hard as I can because I still see that profit margin in here. Now, there will come a time when the girls don't take as much of my attention, and I'm ready to expand and spread out. And like you said, it's going to be a couple phone calls, but I want to be in the position where I pick and choose where I go, because for every and you'll know this, for every big store you get in, or every good store, and they're ordering, you're going to get in one that they just don't sell. I've had some deals with stores that I just want to be in to give it a try, where I'll give them a huge discount on their first setup. And I'll tell them, look, sell it for about this, make your profit. You got that profit going. You reorder only what sells. You'll never lose a penny by selling my stuff. And once I hear that, it starts making a little more sense, And for me, now that was when I didn't have as many flavors, but I might set them up with 8 flavors. Half dozen bottles of 8 flavors, 48 to 50 bottles. The cost on that to get into a store, to see if it's going to work, to see if it's going to take off, to see if it's going to blow up and if it sells or not, to me, that's worth it. Because, I don't want the stores where they're having to dust off the bottles and actually with seasoning, they dust them off, but more than that, they have to shake them. They have to take them because granulars fade in direct sunlight or fluorescent light.
Right.
I went into a
I've
Buc-ee's
noticed
one
that.
time, and half my stuff looked gray. So I
Right.
took it out and I'm shaking the front bottle, and everyone. Manager comes by and says, excuse me, can I help you? I said, hey, I'm Uncle Steve. And I don't have my picture on the bottles at Buc-ee's. So I had to show him, and he goes, oh, what are you doing? I said, you see all these, and there's a whole wall of gray seasonings. I said, take that bottle and shake it. And it was somebody else's. He took it and shook it, and I said, now put it up to the others. It looks brand new. I said, yeah. No one's going to buy this gray seasoning. You got to shake it. You got to keep it, keep it fresh. But that's the other thing with my retailers. Nobody keeps a big back stock. I don't keep a big back stock. I would rather be out, having stuff mixed or mixing stuff or doing whatever. I'd rather do that once a month and mix in small batches than have it in, one of my co-packers in San Antonio says, man, the stuff will last for 2.5 years. Buy a big order.
All right.
I don't want something sitting in a bottle for 2.5 years. So the stuff you're going to get from us is going to be fresh. But then, you said you want to keep your hands on it. And one of the biggest things business-wise, you don't want to grow too fast. Yeah. You want to adjust. You want to keep that good reputation. You want to be able to keep your supply or the people you supply, your retailers happy, keep your customers happy. You want to grow at your comfortable rate. So
don't get buried in all the other stuff.
Yeah.
The super chat coming in. I want to thank every one of y'all. The super chat. It's the only way I know right now to say thank you without interrupting the conversations. But thank you all so much for the super chats. You got a mouthful, Steve?
I'm good.
Okay. So on Mags' Live, again, as I said earlier, I went over that interview again just to get some key points. And Steve just touched on a little bit just now, is that you had made a statement that you really sort of kind of want to keep hands on. And that's from beginning to end, I'm assuming. So, because then you were saying about you've driven from one end of Texas to the other stocking shelves. Is that a requirement because you're a vendor in their store? You have to stock your own stuff and rotate your own stuff?
Some it is. Some it's just, like the one that I just restocked in Tyler. I was heading there anyway. We were going there for my wife's family reunion. And so I called a store, in Tyler, Texas, and said, hey, we're heading that way. Do you need any more products? And so so that's what we did. That and getting started, I've delivered all over the state, just to kind of, just get it in stores and all that. And a big reason I've, done what I can to get it in, stores all over is just so that people don't have to pay, not everybody has to pay for shipping, because my product is very heavy. It's a lot heavier being a liquid in glass, and it's also, more fragile. And so, I've really tried to get it out into retailers, just so, people don't have to have it shipped. We're not in HEB. I just see that question. We're not in HEB. We're in 77 grocery stores. We're in Market Street and United Supermarkets, which is primarily in West Texas and DFW. And then we're in 23 Albertsons markets in New Mexico. I am working on getting into Central Market. They have about 10 locations throughout Texas. HEB is one of those things, like I would love to be in there, but we're just not quite ready for that. If they were to order tomorrow, I would have to smoke jalapenos every single day for a month just to be able to fill that initial order. But we can, Central Market, with them just having 10 locations, we can definitely add that to what we're currently doing. It's, like we were talking about earlier, I just don't want to, overpromise and underdeliver. I want to make sure that we can, fulfill all of our orders. So.
What else did I have here as far as the stocking store things? I mean, I get that. I didn't know if that was part of being hands-on. You want to make sure your inventory is fresh. You want to make sure your inventory's rotated. But
Right.
well, I mean, what kind of shelf life does that have anyway?
It has a 2-year shelf life on it, but I don't mean this in an arrogant way at all. But I was gonna say we've never had any inventory sit that long
Yep.
at a store.
Well,
You
yeah,
know,
you
when
should.
we've had label updates and things like that. I've gone and swapped bottles out, with the current label and things like that. And so yeah, but I half the time when I've been delivering to stores, it's just because we were heading that direction or that, or I would make it, I would line up 6 in a straight line, and my gas was covered by, I sold enough to cover all my gas and time and all of that. And I've enjoyed all the travels, and especially when my wife's able to go with me, it's been a really good time together for us.
And getting to know your people, getting to know the people that sell your
absolutely.
product. That's
Yeah,
huge.
for sure.
Yeah.
Because that builds some loyalty that you need these days.
Well, that some really good advice I got early on was is develop those relationships, because those are the people, like you said, that are selling your product, and that when you get to know them, they really push your product.
Yes.
When somebody comes into their store. And it's done really well for us. And even with the grocery store, I've really worked hard to build relationships with all the grocery managers, all the receivers, and all that. Just so that they know my name and face and know which product is ours, and so they're pushing it in those stores as well.
Yeah.
But you mentioned how you're still a one-man band, but you occasionally have some help with packing online orders.
Yeah.
Once I get up to Lubbock, that's kind of my plan is, with it being a college town, Texas Tech, there's, I'm sure there's tons of students up there that are looking for some part-time work.
Absolutely.
And so, I'll have, my plan is to get some college kids to come in the afternoons and evenings to help with our online orders.
Two of the biggest things I did were having, because packing, you don't have to be, I don't want to knock anybody. You don't have to be brilliant to pack. You have to understand what you're doing. Two of the biggest things I did that actually getting a hold of my shipping, both box size, what goes into the box. I ship everything, almost everything I do USPS, and getting a hold of the USPS rates forever.
Right.
I shipped everything, not premium, the top rated shipping.
Priority.
And then but then I knocked it down one level, and actually most of the things were getting there faster, because with our bottles are not, they're not glass or plastic, but I was having to get a hold of the shapes. You can't ship a cylinder. I would put them in a bubble wrap bag, and if it's just one bottle, a bubble wrap bag, it's $8.75 to ship. I charge $9 on the shipping, so it's a quarter for handling because I'm paying somebody to do it.
Right.
But they wouldn't go through the scanner correctly. So they would end up taking longer. So I finally, about a month ago, everything now is shipped in boxes, and I only have like 3 sizes box. So you may order 2 bottles. You're going to get it in a box that may hold 4 bottles. But you slide them in. I put a piece of bubble wrap in there. And again, we're not dealing with glass, so it's a little bit lighter weight. But it gets people's stuff there safer and usually faster. Now, we did have a little problem down here in Houston with our USPS service, the distro center that it goes through. But I think they've gotten most of that squared away. But because once you set your price, every time prices go up on a product or on a ingredients, I can't turn around and raise my prices. Pepper has jumped up, boom, 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 like that. But if you start changing your price, raising your price every month, so we set a price, and I have to find other ways to save some of that. And
Right.
one of my things, my girls that were 9th and 10th grade, because I pay $1 an hour for whatever grade you're in for my shipping girls. And
Right.
well, now they've been with me long enough. They're second year, third year college, and I'm like, y'all are getting a little expensive there. But
Right.
but yeah, it's a matter of trimming costs without suffering on your quality. And that, you know,
Right.
that's the thing. You have your name right on the bottle. I have my name and face right on our bottle. I'm not about. Hold on. Really? I'm not about to do anything to sacrifice quality. You know,
Right.
that's just not going to happen. So.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Same here. That's why, yeah, you know, we have pure cane sugar in our glaze. I'll never have, you know, high fructose corn syrup in it. I'll never have anything artificial, you know, flavor, artificial, you know, dyes or coloring. You know, I'll never have anything on my label that you can't pronounce, you know, just so we can save, you know, some money here and there. So,
well, you have to, and it's no lie. We're in it. I mean, it's fun. And mine started as a hobby, and it kind of evolved the way yours did out of, hey, wait a minute. Hey, look, I can make something that people really like. But once you get past your best friends, it is a business. And it's a business that you have to make something off of for your time. With me, my time is so valuable because of my 3 daughters and being a single dad that, you know, I have to budget everything. So we try to keep it fair. If someone pays like the $12, because I have 2 types of shipping. If your order is over $40, you pay $12 shipping. But I'll look at it, and if you pay your $12 shipping, and I punch in the shipping, and because of the weight and size of the box, it's a little bit under, like a couple bucks under. I'm gonna stick something extra in there just to try to make up for it. And I will tell you, I did it before it was appreciated, but it is very much appreciated when people get a little extra something, you know, a little. And
I like to do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I've only seen the one size of your glaze. I don't know if you have the connections yet to go into little small sample bottles. I always look for everything you can think of. And the liquid machines where you can do it almost like in a little, where's the camera? Almost a little squeeze packet just for a sample.
Yeah.
Those are not very expensive at all. And if somebody orders one bottle, one bottle is fine. You want them to order 2 or 3. You have a couple samples you drop in there. Usually you're going to hook them on one. And I say hook them, you're not pulling a trick on them. You're giving them something more that they're really going to like. You know, so.
Right. Yeah. I definitely would love to be in those little squeeze packs, or I've thought about little plastic bottles, kind of like airplane, you know, liquor bottles.
Yep.
You know, for, you know, for consumers to try, and also, you know, like when stores, you know, ask for samples, you know, rather
samples,
than sending them
handouts. Yeah.
For handouts at festivals and things like that. Yeah, those little small bottles would be
the
great.
smallest machines that do that, because when I researched, I was looking through the research, the machines that will automatically do it, machine itself is about $600 to $700, not much at all.
Yeah.
What'll get you are the printing the tubes, but you'll have them pre-printed and you can just knock them out like that.
Yeah.
So that's just planting that for later down the road as you slowly control your expansion.
Yeah.
So
appreciate that.
Yeah.
Wes, one of the things I wanted to say again, it's a takeaway from Johnny Mag's interview of you, is that you start this business with no help, no money backing you, nothing like that, and that's admirable. You know, that's a you know, will to want to do something and make it happen like it has already, without, as you said in the interview, with other people having a piece of you know, big wicks. You know, you did it on your own. I think that's great.
Yeah.
The other thing that I was going to say something about is that just something that popped in my head, you know, because I just started getting some orders in from this salsa company, and they have like booklets that you can get, and it has like ideas that you could use their seafood oyster salsa on type different things or different cooks.
All right.
Any plans for anything like that on your stuff, or maybe a recipe on the label, anything like that, or a website again?
I plan on adding the section to my website. It's just a matter of having the time to do it. I'm like I said, I drive all the time, and that and just going 100 miles an hour, and I'm doing all the marketing and packing the orders and doing everything. So yeah, hopefully once I get settled in Lubbock and I can get help with packing the orders, and I can work on writing out some recipes to put on our website, and what I always tell people is take a good look at our social media. There's a ton of ideas on there.
Exactly.
So a lot of customers will send us photos and kind of a description of what they made, and so we share that on our social media quite a bit. So
that's a great
definitely
idea.
need to compile some of those ideas.
Yeah, definitely. Another question for you: anything outside of the glaze in the future, you think, or is glaze going to be it, or is it just you're going to see how far you can?
Probably so. Yeah, I just rubs are extremely saturated, and I've got a lot of friends in that business. And then same goes for barbecue sauce. There's already a jillion out there, and I've got really good friends in that space. And so, the glaze is just kind of my lane, and I kind of plan on staying in there. The only thing outside of that I've thought about doing is just a ranch dressing mix. A lot of people use like Hidden Valley's ranch dressing seasoning, and so what I've thought about doing is a ranch dressing mix with smoked and dehydrated jalapenos, and just for a little bit of a different twist and flavor.
Yeah.
Few years ago, I was kicking around the idea of doing a Bloody Mary mix with smoked jalapenos. But the guys at Baron Burton's, the W sauce, they told me that they were going to do a Bloody Mary mix. And so I decided not to do that. They had one in development already when I talked to them about it. And, so yeah, I may do a ranch dressing mix, just because it's good and a lot of different things. A lot of people make, crack recipe, everything's a crack recipe if it has, ranch dressing mix on it, or if it's like chicken breast cooked in a, Instapot or whatever. And that I'm a big fan of like ranch mix, or ranch dip, where you mix it with cream or sour cream and all that. So yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. So
what you said, market's so saturated right now, and everybody that has cooked a good steak starts rolling in their mind, ooh, I bet I can get my seasoning out there and
right.
And I dropped that sauce. I have one sauce, and the only reason I put it out was not even to get in the sauce game, if you will.
Right.
It's just because I loved it and was playing around with it.
Right.
Everybody's, hey, why don't you do a habanero sauce? No, I'm not a sauce maker. I'll do my runs of my regular no-name sauce, but that's because I love it to death. And my people at Chick-fil-A love it because I take it to them all the time. But I'm it's kind of like stay in your lane. I'm gonna stay with what I know. There's no sense in branching out. It was Thyron Matthews, my buddy. He was right after the Netflix. He pulled came out a couple his mop sauce and a couple. He says, "Man, I don't know what to do next." I said, "Thyron, if you do anything, do a good marketable Alabama white sauce with something special about you connected to it." I said, one of your signatures. I said, "Do you know of that many?" I mean, there's a million barbecue sauces. How many
Right.
in the jar, off the internet, or off the store shelf? How many Alabama white sauces do you know? Anybody?
Yeah.
Rickett?
No.
And he,
Lily's Q is about the only one that I can think
Yeah.
of that's
so that
and,
is a
I like
completely
it.
open market. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
But not for me. I'm keeping in my lane. I just turned 60,
Yeah.
and I'm trying to figure out ways to slow it down.
Yeah,
You know,
good
someone
luck.
said,
Yeah.
"Why haven't you gone big?" I'm as big as I want to be right now. You
Yeah.
know, it's
Yeah.
whether
Yeah.
controllable, whether it's in my realm.
But you
I
gotta
don't
stay
want
busy. You gotta
Well,
stay
and it's
busy.
just the bigger that and the bigger you get, the bigger your bills are, and the more stress it adds. And
Mhm.
Yeah.
so yeah, I'm actually I'm in a similar situation. I'm happy with as long as we can maintain what we're currently doing, I'm absolutely happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Live within your means. Live within your means.
yeah. I do want to add some retailers here and there. Like I said, we get tons of orders from California. And so
Yeah.
I'm working on getting in some retailers in California, just primarily to make it easier on our customers to be able to get a hold of our product
Yeah.
and not have to pay shipping. And this in Ohio, and Arizona, like I'm in one store in Arizona. I'd like to be in a couple more.
Mhm.
But yeah, I mean, outside of that, I'm really happy with where we're at and how things are going. So,
Well, and with you changing a flavor or adding a temporary flavor every 2 to 3 months, I mean,
yeah,
that's homework, and and
absolutely.
you
Yeah, there's a lot of work and development that goes into that development. And I know somebody on here said, why not get into sauces to complement our, like I said, I've got a lot of friends that do barbecue sauce, and
Mhm.
I'd rather use their products and, my videos to mix with the glaze, and,
Sure.
because, that and the other thing, we talked about all the other flavors that I have in mind, that I plan on working on. And something else I can do, when because I smoke all the jalapenos with mesquite wood. Eventually I can get to the point where, I can do post oak smoked jalapenos or pecan smoked jalapenos and do a whole totally different, flavor profile for,
Mhm.
different flavors. So, I mean, really, the sky's the limit on what I can do. There's an infinite amount of combinations that I can do just in glaze. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, that's why I'm not really, looking into doing any kind of barbecue sauce or rub or anything like that. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, that was all my questions. Boy, it's 8 o'clock on the dot too. Well, I had one more, and that was just about getting re-asking the question again about information on where to obtain your product. I did share
Right.
Steven's link or his information that he posted further up in the chat. I'm going to find it
Right.
again and re-highlight it. I'm 65 years old, so I get very forgetful. But I'll plan when I end this live. I'm going to get some of your contact information together and
Yeah.
put it, to the description of this live video here.
Sounds great. Yeah. I'll definitely send you my info, and I'd be happy to send you some glaze as well.
Everybody's in the business to make money. I understand it wholeheartedly. But
Well, it all comes down to getting your flavor in somebody else's mouth.
yeah,
Right. And
You know,
it's actually the best form of advertising is getting it
easy,
into people's
safe,
hands and
easy.
getting it in their mouths, because I mean, it's just part of the business is just, giving some away. And once people try it, they tell their friends about it, and then they order more and all that. So yeah, it's definitely cheaper than advertising on the radio and TV and things like that, for sure. Word of mouth and social media has definitely gotten us to where we're at.
I had a
So
gentleman tell me years ago, and this is one of the businesses I used to have. He says, as far as advertising, he said he doesn't pay for advertising because, in his opinion, the best advertising is word of mouth. The people that
absolutely.
like your product and
Yeah.
are willing to refer or recommend your product. He said that's better than the thousands of dollars that you're going to
Absolutely.
spend in advertising, and he's absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Mr. Schoenbauer. He was Absolutely correct.
And I'm going to tell you that what really opened my eyes to that, because, you know, there's a long story. Papa Texas got me started on social media by doing a video. And I thought, wow, he's doing videos for me? He doesn't even know me well. And then a couple of other people, and then some podcasts. What really slapped me in the face was Cooking with CJ. CJ did a 60-second short on his phone making a smash burger. For 4 seconds of that video, he held up a bottle of competition cow shake. 4 seconds. He got, I want to say it's at 3.7 or 3.8 million views right now.
Oh, wow.
It hit with all his hashtags and it hit. And it slapped me in the face. And that, what do you mean? Because I know at least a million of those were CJ looking at it over and over. But you know, let's say 3 million people. How in the world would I ever get my product in front of 3 million people unless I painted it on my ass and ran across, you know, streaked the Super Bowl? I mean, that's just, it was amazing. And that woke me up to, man, let's hit this new social media thing, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I tried to put it on my MySpace page, and that just didn't work out. So, Wes, how old are you?
37.
37. Wow. So, do you know what MySpace is?
Yeah, I had one. Okay. Yeah.
So,
I'm just checking. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That's good. I mean, it you know, it's like Uncle Steve said, as far as, you know, putting the stuff out there, letting people use it. I mean, they're seeing it be used too. So, you know, maybe they have a better idea of how to use it, how long to let it sit.
Yep.
You know, and
absolutely
different things you could do with it. I mean, like his sauce. I mean, I just played with the no name a little bit with some bourbon in it.
Yep.
And as we talked about earlier, Wes, with the little Lodge pot, I cooked that down to thicken it up.
Yeah.
And man, that made an amazing sauce. But yeah, I mean, it all helps. There's another channel. He's come out with some barbecue sauces that are really good, and I just got a video on it coming out in a few weeks. But Wes, I really appreciate you coming here. I mean,
appreciate you guys having me.
It's one of the things that the newer channels sort of struggle with is, you know, recognition, you know, and for someone, you know, it sounds like you're well on your way, you know, in my opinion. And for you to
thank you.
Take the time, you know, that says a lot about your character and who you are, you know, and I just really appreciate it. George, and I'm sure George is the same. We just appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we thank you for being on the live.
Thank you, guys.
Sharing your story.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll definitely be getting your stuff. And whenever I get some time, I'll do a video because I'm always cut on time. So.
Yeah, send me your info, man. I'll get some to you.
All right, thank you.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna run. My wife's ready for dinner. So we're traveling.
Is that a code word?
We're not cooking.
Is that dinner? Is that a code word? Woohoo! Yeah.
No, it's actually definitely dinner. So.
All right, Wes. Thanks again, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, guys. Yeah, y'all have a good one. Yeah, y'all too.
Sir.
Thank you.
Take care, man.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Steve himself.
Man, oh man, that worked out great. Because I wanted to get in and get a chance to talk with him, but I'm the worst person in the world about talking over people. So
yeah, no worries.
That worked well.
When we were on a live last night, and we talked about the mail college. It just popped in my head. It's like, man, you know, why this guy would even entertain the idea of you know going on the live, and you're going to be on the live too. And I thought that maybe you know what you said in your unboxing, maybe you could stay in person with him, and you said that you would like a little bit of time one-on-one with him, you know, before your start time starts. And I said, this might work, but after I had them both scheduled, because I didn't know he was going to confirm. And I got to think, I said, God, how am I going to do this? You know, there's whole two big companies in our community here. And, you know, and I've got to think of something to ask, both of them and keep it busy. But
Yeah, no, we got this. That was easy and it's good. So
yeah, and your suggestion, having him start and you come in, that definitely took a lot of the pressure off. I appreciate that.
sure, oh, absolutely, because you want people to get to know. For him being brand new, especially, and he's been at it 5 years, but that's just hitting the media, you want people to get to know him, listen to him, trust him, hear his story, because story has a lot to do with it.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was great. It worked out perfectly.
Yeah, and he was new to me, so I had to go back over, Mags's interview a little bit, and I went to his Facebook page, and learned a little bit about him, just so I could have something for the man when he came here. But
Sure.
and I don't know how many times he's done interviews, but I'm sure he's just it's repetitive after a while, and just how do you ask the same question differently, so.
It is, but it's still what remember that everybody has different listeners. We have a core that kind of overlaps. If Johnny Mags is on, a bunch of us will watch him, and then we'll watch you, and then we'll watch Tommy. But that's not all. There's new people that will only see your show, and and get to know information like that. So yeah, it works out great. And he's well on his way.
No, he's definitely. I definitely want to try getting some of his stuff in here.
Yeah.
And do some cooks with it. Everybody. I actually broke my norm today. Because Al Lunacy, my youngest daughter got married a few weeks back, and Al really wanted me to try this Fiesta steak seasoning. And the man went out of the way to have a bottle shipped to me free of charge before my cook. And I just admired that. So today, every cook is somewhere along the line. Uncle Steve is in my cooks. I just believe in your products. I love your products.
I appreciate it.
It was actually a little awkward pulling out that Fiesta today.
Now, you know what? It's everybody's gonna try different things, and that was something I had to adjust to with all the competition cooks. And I would be like, oh, hey, look at this, what did that? And then they do well or whatever they did. And I said, well, did you use it? Oh yeah, we used it. I said, well, oh, how'd it work? He said, well, it would work great. We used it with, and they named 5 other things, and every time they'd name, I'd be like, but especially with the competition line. The cow, the bird, and the pig. The bird's kind of close to it. Kent says the pig is, but even that, and then the cow, all those are excellent bases.
Mm-hmm.
And for a competition cook, that's all I want to be, because everybody has their own little special something that they want to tag on there. Their mixes, their blends. So, I kind of come up with I just want to be invited to the party. I don't have to be I don't have to be the star. I just want to be invited to the party. Yeah. And that works. Now things like even like the magic ribs, which is a lot closer to an all-in-one. I'll still have people take the SPG, start with a little SPG, and then come back with heavy coats of magic ribs.
Oh yeah.
Because magic ribs doesn't have the huge chunks of pepper.
Right.
Or it doesn't have that much salt. That's what I love about it. It's not.
That's right.
Heavy,
that's right.
Salt based. Yeah, that's one of my favorite.
Well, and then you can get a lot of flavor from things besides salt.
Right.
And if you want, it's one of those. It used to be one of our taglines: start with a little bit, because you can always add a little bit more, but you can't take it off.
Right.
Something has a little bit of salt. You want a little bit more salt? Hit it with a little bit more of your own salt and decide how much you want.
Right.
So I want to drop this out there real quick. Father's Day special. Our competition package, which is already discounted. Order a competition package, and in the order notes, give me any other flavor you want, and the bottle's on me.
Wow.
Or a regular size bottle of sauce. Now, it has to be a regular size bottle of sauce, because the big bottles of sauce, and I don't know if you remember the bottle I used to use, kind of shaped like a ketchup bottle?
Yeah.
it was a little bit shorter. Then we went to the round bottles with a tall stem on them. I like the way they look. That's harder to pack in a box. It's just a little bit too long.
Yeah.
But so I may end up switching sizes again just for easier shipping and still keep it the 22 ounce. But you order a comp package, you go in the order notes right towards the end and put, send me a sauce, send me a gator shake, send me a magic ribs, whatever it is. Boom, it's in there and it's on me, and happy Father's Day. So that's our special we're running for the next 2 weeks, because you better order in the next week or so just to make sure you get it in time.
Right. If it's something that you have to have for Father's Day,
Something
right?
you have to have. We've run into a lot of that, and I've mentioned it a couple times. The shipping problem that we had down here, the Missouri, because I'm out of Missouri City, the Missouri City Distribution Center for USPS, things just stopped there. They went in and checked it, and there were over 238,000 packages that had backed up that were just barely going through it all. They've gotten a lot of that worked out. But, we talk about the shipping. You've seen all the bad weather up around Dallas, between Houston and Dallas, tornadoes, floods, everything you could think of. Those affect shipping. And USPS will send out a little note that says, due to weather conditions in the Midwest and shipping to certain areas will take an extra couple of days.
Right.
Well, people that need it on a Saturday morning, so they order it on Wednesday.
Right.
This is not Amazon, this is not. So we've dealt with a little bit of that, and most people understand. The ones that don't, I try to hug them and kiss them until I get to that point. And then I let them know that I appreciate their order. Please don't ever order again. And they're on a special list where they can't order anymore. And
yeah.
And the next time I slow dance with their mom, I'm going to, that's terrible. I shouldn't say that.
So most people here know about your shakes and all that.
Yeah.
I do want to make sure we spend some time on this benefit auction.
Absolutely.
Admittedly, I came in late during Mags's interview, so
That's all right.
I've seen bits and pieces of it. So this young man is dealing with a type of cancer.
No, here's what happened. And this was a girl, and usually if I date somebody for a long time, even if I don't marry them, I'm a super nice guy. We stay friends.
Right.
So this was back 20 years ago, but I've stayed friends with a lady. She got married to a guy, and I knew him, and he was great. And I said, so it's a friendly thing. And but anyway, she son, super nice guy in high school. Played baseball, was top 10 at his high school, and it was a big high school. Went off to Texas A&M, which is a smart people school down here. Aerospace engineering degree. Got a job. Well, let me back up. Going through this aerospace engineering degree, when he was a sophomore, his dad passed away. That's tough enough for anybody, much less someone fighting through college in classes that I can't even spell. So anyway, he gets through. He makes it through with very few loans and bills. He was a hard worker. Graduated and got a job with Lockheed Martin. There was I just say a mix-up in company stuff when he got his insurance. He stayed on some other insurance he was already on. About 6 months later, I want to say timeline, he treated himself, got my job, got my this. Right before he started, like he went on a ski trip up in Idaho, had a horrible accident. Had he not had his helmet on, he'd have died. Made it through the injury part with that, except that both legs were shattered from the knee down.
Damn.
So he's been fighting through that. The medical, with no insurance, medical bills alone, just the ride to get him from Iowa back to Houston. Huge expenses. So they popped up a GoFundMe, and they had that going, and and that's working, but it's gradually winding down. He suffered a few infections down in his lower legs that are really slowing down. The doctors have great prognosis. He's gonna be up. he'll be walking one way or the other, or he'll be back to mobile in some sort. But it's just a huge crushing blow. And
Right.
so his mom called me and she says, "Hey, I know I hadn't talked to you in a while." She said, "But this is what's going on. We're having an auction. Big concert. Shenandoah was a big band that we would know was going to play at a ice house here outside of Houston. And would you donate some seasoning for the auction?" Well, geez, that's why I do seasoning. I'm not doing it to get rich. I'm never going to be rich. I wouldn't be a good rich person.
Right.
I do it for fun money. I do it for donating. I do it for helping people. So that was, of course, right amount. So I sent her a box, and I started thinking about, I thought, man, I know all these guys that are connected with grill companies and seasoning companies, and they're all the same with me. Everybody likes that warm feeling of being able to help somebody.
Sure.
So I put a couple calls out, and within an hour, got a message from a guy named John Barton, who is Barton Barbecue, and he is great friends with Ryan over at Backline Smokers. Backline made Johnny Mags's pit.
Right.
And these aren't like your Home Depot pits.
Right. No,
These
exactly.
are like the the $10,000-$20,000 pits. I don't know what Mags paid for his. Do you see me talking? Wait, sorry. Anyway, Barton contacted Ryan, and they both got back with me and said, "Hey, we'd like to get together. We're getting together with Brooks Barrels for barrel cookers. We're going to custom make. We've wanted to do a collaboration, so Brooks and Backline are going to do a custom fabricated barrel. Every whistle and bell, all custom hand, everything, custom paint, custom everything, and they're donating it to the auction."
Wow.
And I was like, holy, he said, this would normally retail about $1,800. We hope you can make something off of it. And of course, my jaw is just amazing. Well, the next thing I know, I hear from Big Rome at Joe's Meat Market. "Hey, buddy, we'd like to send you a box for the auction." And then I hear from a couple guys with a wood company. "Hey, we want to sell you some premium wood. Hey, we want to send you this." And it really has grown and grown, whether it be little stuff or big stuff, so that now the auction, unfortunately, booking a big band is something that a professional booker has to do, and the folks that were booking it were not. The deal with Shenandoah did not work out, but they bumped it now. I think it's June 23rd. It's at it's a little ice house outside of Houston. And I don't have, Stevie, hand me those papers right there. Anyway, we're going to do, there 2 or 3 bands are playing. It's a fundraiser. There's the GoFundMe is going to be rolling. Sawyer Park is the name of the ice house. We've got Gary Kyle, and he's a Texas-based. All the Texas singers, the bands are Texas-based guys. They're playing. There's going to be food sales. There's going to be a silent auction. There's going to be door prizes. There's going to be raffles. And there's going to be a live auction. The live auction will get on because it's from 1 o'clock to 4:30, June 23rd. About 3 o'clock to 3:30, I'm going to figure out the way to go live with Johnny Mags.
Okay.
And we're going to go through some live auction things, including that barrel, including the other end of the spectrum, a char grill gasser that my friends up at Lowe's donated.
Right.
I even have a list here, and it's added up. There's vacations. Most of them are Texas-based, but vacation homes, for like a rental. There's, this is the wrong paper. It doesn't have my auction stuff on it. Oh, well. There's some diamond earrings that are go auction, and we're going to do it live right there, online in the chat and live in the in the ice house.
Right.
So the idea is to make every dollar that we can to help this kid out. And again, I say dollar. With this big barrel, we're looking for quite a bit compared to most auctions you see. But we're gonna the big gloves were donated. The big barbecue gloves, a bunch of the stuff from Big Rome, another seasoning packet of mine. I'm donating 2 passes to the Livestock Show and Rodeo Cook-Off
Wow.
with all entry tickets, with all everything. That's about $110 cost, $150 cost, counting the entry tickets. We're going to auction that for whatever we can get, whether it be under 150, whether it be over 150. Now, if it's over 150, I'm going to throw in kind of a special. You are my special guest. Let me take you around a few other booths, get you wristbanded, get you in places where you know that you can get that. And believe me, by the end of the night, the person that buys the 2 passes is going to feel like they are a barbecue king.
Right.
Because they're going to do and meet and do everything that I do when I'm out there. Let's see. Okay, when we're doing the fundraising, please, so I can. Absolutely, I will. Anyway, so we're going to try to make every dollar we can to help this guy out.
Right.
And, every dollar counts. But
So
that's yeah.
So Mags is live the other night, the other day when you talked about this. I told you we like to be able to donate. We're small potatoes, but we do what we do. But George and I have come up with 4 aprons that we're going to be donating. These are full-size aprons. I paid to have your logo enlarged to have this to fit onto an apron. So we're going to be donating, 4 different aprons here.
His computer died.
Oh, yep. He's still got the same look on his face. Give me a second. My computer just died. Okay. Good. That gives me time to get a beer. Oh, he just dropped out. So he's going to drop up as soon as I get away out of the chair. Right back, George.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm almost back. Gee, freaking minute. I just purchased 1 Uncle Steve large. You won't be unhappy because I use that thing. I use that SPG on everything from eggs to even a salad, sliced tomatoes. I love it.
Yep. It's the best.
Almost back. We had a good, well, we still do. Guggen.
This is my new favorite rub of his right here.
Yeah.
I bought 3 bottles of these. Actually, I bought 3, and he gave me the no-name barbecue sauce. So
Yeah, it's good. Look how coarse it is. That's some good stuff.
Excellent on ribs. Let me tell you, excellent. This is what I'm going to use when I sell my barbecue.
Zach just sent me a picture because Zach and that guy Wes that just left alive. They're friends, but he just did a rack of ribs. He's getting ready to do a video on with Uncle Steve's magic rib on.
Yeah, I would like to try the magic rib and their that guy's glaze.
To
see how that works out.
So I don't know if you caught it. Go ahead, Steve.
My battery went dead.
Okay. I don't know if you caught any of that, but George and I, we're small potatoes, but we do what we can do. We're going to be donating 4. I think I told you on Mags we would do 2. but we're actually going to go ahead and do 4 of these full size aprons, cotton aprons,
Oh, wow.
and I've
I
done
love it.
had the logo enlarged so that it would look more appropriate, on a big apron.
I
like
love
that.
that.
It's like sort of silvery white. I really like that one a lot.
Man, that looks so great. Thank you very much.
No problem. But so what do I do with these at this point? Am I shipping them to you?
You know what? You might as well just ship them to me.
Okay.
And yeah, and then I'll be able to post them, put them out there. I'll take care of the shipping from that on whoever gets them, if it's not someone right there. And that's the one thing. Excuse me. With some of the bigger items, the barbecue, the little griller. Oh, you know what? We also have, that was the other thing, the middle of the road grill. A friend of mine donated a Cuisinart portable pellet smoker.
No,
Now, I know I've said all the key words that make big time stick burner pit runners go, really? Is it pink? But I'm going to tell you what, to pop on a back porch when you don't have all day, dump some pellets in the container, they work fairly well. I've seen some good reviews, so we have one of those also. But if you're within 200 miles of me, whatever you get, I'll meet you somewhere halfway. Otherwise, we'll have to work out some kind of shipping. Now, Kent has his eyes on that barrel cooker, and he works for a trucking company, so he's already said, well, and I have ways to truck it up here. So, but anyway,
Chrissy said if it's not pink, she's going to be bidding.
It's not. Now, I will tell you something they did. The fabricators, Ryan Newland, plans on working with Brooks and marketing these. This is the first one. And he said, hey, how about if we name it after the kid? After Blake, who the boy's name Blake. I said, man, have at it. That's awesome. So there's every chance that this will be marketed wherever in custom pits as the Blake pit or the Blake Kirchgessner is his last name. I have trouble with it, but anyway, he's gonna put Blake's name in the marketing thing for it. So I'm thrilled with that.
I like that idea a lot. That's very cool.
Well, and I'm gonna tell you what it shows me more than anything else. This group that we have, this barbecue family, it's made up of a whole bunch of people that care about other people and that look for ways to help other people out. Right. And you can't beat that. You can't beat it.
Yep. No, I agree.
So,
I agree. Just so I make myself a note, I have to have it to you before June 23rd, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. As long as it's in your hands before the 23rd, which is no problem.
Yeah.
No problem.
Yeah, and the sooner the better, because I'll start putting it out on my group pages and and everything else, everywhere that I can. Hey, we got this for the auction. Hey, we got this for the auction.
Yeah.
So
I think I might do something else yet, because I like supporting Steve, and you and I've had a couple conversations that if there's something that I just can't get over about you is just your willingness to help other people and what you do give away to people. And just, I admire that. I think that just says a hell of a lot about your character.
No, thank you.
And,
you can't take it with you.
Yeah.
You can only fit so much in that box. I would rather have an empty box, me wearing a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, and having plenty of people to carry the box.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're too rich. They'll stuff it all in there with you, and the box just will sit there on the ground. Nobody likes you to carry it for you. So
right. So I got that June 23rd.
Yeah.
So you sort of kind of touched bases on it a little bit. One of the questions I had for you, and the Magic Rib is new. Well, as far as I'm concerned, SPG is relatively new too.
Yeah.
SPG, I mean, it's a dining room table seasoning. I mean, it goes on my sliced tomatoes. I was just telling Des, she just bought a bottle of it. Peaceful Des in the chat. I like salt and pepper and stuff like that on my salads.
Yeah.
I put it on my salad. I use I use that stuff on everything. But do you plan on doing anything else, or are you going to slow it down a little bit?
I'm slowing it down for right now, because getting into any other flavor realms that I don't know enough about would be me, kind of like I said, getting out of my lane. And I've stretched it with a couple of the flavors. I did a lot of research. Some of them, Gator Shake, came to me like in a dream almost. I was like, hey, wouldn't it be good if it was this and this and this? And I got it right on like the second mixing. With Magic Ribs, I did a lot of research. And I researched. Now, here's the one thing I won't do. I won't look to see what other people have in theirs. I won't say, ooh, this bottle, this is a big hit. I like this. What all's in it? Right. I won't taste it. I can't tell you the last time I had another seasoning other than an Uncle Steve's, because I don't want to be swayed by that. I don't want to be affected by it. Now, I can pick a bottle up and say, oh, look, he used some of this and that. But I want it to be fresh off of me, and if I don't like it. But, the Magic Ribs, what I did study were pictures of competition food, competition wins, looking at what showed up after cooking. Right. And it worked out. Now, it wasn't the first try. On the third try, we had it right, but it was not balanced correctly. And everybody that tried it said, it's good, but what's the citrus? It's one of mine that has no citrus in it whatsoever. But it was a combination of two other things that when they combine, they give a false citrus taste. So I had to adjust those out, and literally adjusted it the day before the Houston Rodeo Cook-Off. And so by the second night, I was able to get it out there and, start throwing it out and handing it out.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the other things, too, I was thinking about, because I think George has recently been asked to sort of like be a tester and a cook on one of your seasonings. And I remember probably about a year ago, I think he tweaked the competition bird shake, and yep. I got an unlabeled bottle. How often do you do that, and why do you do that?
I will make almost unnoticeable tweaks in measuring, but it's because something up here sounds good. With the bird shake, we smoked it up a little bit. I'll put it that way.
Right.
Which it added smoke and it added color, and in doing that, it took it to a whole nother level.
Right.
Because it's kind of like the ribs. You get you look for a certain perfect color. Now, doing that then it was a matter of just how much do I do. And I will sit when I'm testing stuff and working with stuff. I'll look at it in the mixer. And here's one of our problems: if I buy 150 pounds of garlic, there's no guarantee the next time I go back and get another 150 pounds, it's going to be the same color or the same strength. Pepper especially dries out. Some of the oils in pepper can dry out, and the weight changes. And if you only go by weight, then your bottles are completely off. So when I notice, and I know how everything's supposed to look visually, if it doesn't look that way, I try to figure out why. And there's a couple times I've had to go back and relabel some stuff because the coarse pepper, let's say, well, if you do it in volume, a cup of coarse pepper may not weigh the same thing as a fresher, not that it's old, but a little bit newer processed coarse pepper. And when we do our bottles by weight, I'll go and I'll be like, oh, this full bottle is supposed to weigh 11 ounces. Why doesn't it? And I'm like, it's the pepper. So I'll go double check, and I'll have to come back and relabel whatever bottles we've done that aren't up to weight. You get the same amount, it just weighs differently. You get the same coverage.
Right.
It weighs differently. Sugar, in fact, I had to do that to a dessert shake, because a dessert shake says 12 ounces. It's 12 ounces in a bottle. You actually get about 13.5 ounces, because sugar just weighs so much.
Right.
And so, messing with weights, I'll tweak that a little bit. I switched citric acid at one point, and it just didn't have the same taste, so I had to add a little citric acid. I had to tweak some batches of that. But once I get it set, it's set. I'm going to try to leave it there. Because I don't want to mess with it, because it goes against the consistency rule, in that when you reorder a bottle of Gator Shake, you don't want something that tastes different than the Gator Shake you had before. You want that, like McDonald's. You want that exact same hamburger.
I was waiting for you to finish. That is one of the things I read how many decades ago. What made McDonald's so famous is consistency from one store to the next.
Anywhere you go, a double cheeseburger, plain meat, cheese, and bread only,
right,
is the same. It's going to be the same anywhere. Now, I will say occasionally, because they'll on a lot of their burgers, they have a salt pepper mixture that they a certain amount. Sometimes they put it on, and sometimes they don't. But anytime they do, boy, it's good. When they don't, I reach in my glove box and pull out some Lucky Shake and tap a little bit of that on there.
Yeah.
So I come prepared.
Well, that's good. I mean, and then the other thing is that, and I guess I sort of kind of thought it was a Kent only thing. So, if you really want to, if you're using that, maybe if you're a competition cooker, not maybe, but if you are a competition cooker, I mean, you don't have to buy just the bottles of your seasoning. You can get bulk packaging of this product.
We do it by the pound, but don't be unimpressed by how it arrives. It's going to arrive in 2 Ziploc bags. Put in one, then one Ziploc bag goes in another Ziploc bag, and it's folded. That's how it's getting there.
Right.
I had a guy that ordered some, and he complained, well, I was very unimpressed with how it was delivered. You didn't even send a bottle. That's why you're getting a bulk price, because I'm not having to pay an extra whatever I pay for the bottle and the label and the seal and the cap and the labor to put it together. Oh, okay. But yeah, we go up 5 pounds is usually the biggest, because shipping is, I can't adjust the shipping. And I will say that when you order by the pound, when I go over, if you order a 2 pound bag, you're probably going to get 2.3 to 2.4 pounds, because in scooping I'm not, oh wait, let me take some out. It's more, they got more. That was meant to be.
Right. So the same question as Wes, and maybe with your answer, I already know my answer to this question, but is there anything in Uncle Steve's future that, maybe he's going to get into other barbecue sauces or something, but it sounds like seasoning is your lane, and that's where you're doing dry rub.
That's my lane. That's what I enjoy. That's where I can make progress. And I will tell you again, my idea about retail, unless you are making phone calls to a warehouse that produces everything for you from front to back, ships it out for you, and you're just making phone calls and playing on the computer, which is not what I want to do. That's not what I love doing.
Right.
You stay in your lane. I'm going to stay in my lane. You go into H-E-B, that's or a grocery store.
Right.
You might have an entire 6 foot tall by 20 foot wide to 50 foot long section of seasonings. and rubs and this one and that one. The company that put it there is going to make about $2 a bottle profit. The store is going to make some profit off of it. And unless someone is looking for exactly your flavor, exactly your brand, they're not. You have a 1 in 100 chance of them picking it up. Oh, this kind of looks good. If somebody wants Uncle Steve's, if they heard about it, they will try it, they know exactly where to get it.
Right.
They'll get it as fast as I can get it there. They'll get it as fresh as I can get it to them. It hadn't sat on a shelf, for 6 months. To me, that's just much smarter. And on a business aspect, unless you're dealing in thousands and thousands and thousands of bottles, my only really big retailer is our Buc-ee's stores. And I love my Buc-ee's stores. I make very little off them. I haven't had a price increase on them, I don't think, ever. The profit that I make off of a case is measured in dollars, like from 1 to 10.
Right.
I do it for the fun. I do it for the laughs. I do it for a little bit of the ego and woohoo, look at me, I'm at Buc-ee's. But my big thing is internet, and that helps me get to know people. I'll call people out of the blue. If they put a note on when they order, if they put a note in the order notes that says, hey, love your stuff, thanks for what you're doing, which I get that a bunch.
Right.
If I'm sitting around on a Sunday afternoon or something, and I happen to pop that up on the ground, I'll call them. Hey, it's Uncle Steve. I was just calling to say thank you for the good words. And they're, of course, huh? What? And then it clicks to them, but for me, that's fun. That's the fun part of it.
Keep highlighting Randy's chat here, question here, that would be an excellent idea. You've got those all those crawfish boils and all that.
Yeah.
And that seasoning, I'm trying to think of the name of that daggone stuff that everybody uses, but
there's two different routes that I go on the seafood is either Gator Shake or Texas Cajun.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for me, that's kind of dealing with the seafood. I try not to have, even magic ribs. I had to put magic ribs and more because I don't want to pigeonhole it as just magic ribs. Because if you like it, you're going to put it on everything.
Right.
Mhm.
I'm aware of those shakes, but would that be something you would recommend to boil with? The Xanaran?
Oh, I do. When we do crawfish or shrimp, I'll do a scoop of Texas Cajun and a scoop of a Gator Shake.
Oh, okay.
And it gives just enough base flavor. I'm not huge on the spicy boils and the things because they continue to change. By the fourth pot of what you're boiling, it's almost too hot to eat.
Okay.
What we push on are the after. I'll boil it in that, and then when you get it out on the table, then you hit it with a little bit of the seasoning, gets on your fingers. You're cleaning it's on, and that's where you get most of your flavor.
Right.
Like I said, I'll leave the others to Zatarans. I'll let them have that liquid boil section. That's out of my lane.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, there's no new flavors coming up right now. I dabbled with a lemon pepper, but I couldn't get it the way I wanted, and so I wasn't. I just stopped working on it. I couldn't get with the products that I wanted to use. I couldn't get it, and I had a friend say, "Well, your seasoning supplier, where I buy all my bulk stuff, they make a lemon pepper. Just use there and bottle it." And I'm like, "No."
Right.
And so, and to be honest, I'm not a big lemon pepper fan.
Yeah.
So, but that's just my weird taste buds.
My wife. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, I was just gonna say I'm not going to make something that I just really don't like.
Yeah, my wife opened my eyes to lemon pepper. She does a lemon pepper, green pepper, and onion, like a stir fry type thing.
Yeah.
Oh man, that stuff is so good. I enjoy that. But I was thinking of a blackening seasoning, but I just struggle with finding a good blackening seasoning.
Yeah.
But
see, and my idea, and again, it's just me being dumb. To me, blackened was always burnt. And like, you know, and I know it's not, but even some of the charcoal infused seasonings, I'll look at that, and to me, for some reason, that just doesn't look appetizing, because I don't care for a heavy charcoal flavor, so I don't use it. But that again, that was something, because I don't like it that much, or don't care for it. Yeah, I consider that out of my lane. You know, it's something I don't know anything about, so I have no business doing it.
Brian Lloyd is saying he would love to order some of the stuff.
You know, because I was just thinking, I would love Brian Lloyd to order some of the stuff. So that's fine. We match that up. That's great, Brian. Thank you.
That's the subliminal message, and no one else heard it.
Yep.
MBL, where's MBL at, bro? If you could, it looks like George.
I just posted it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's UncleSteveShake.com.
Good night.
Oh, Stephen. Good night, Stephen. Have a good one. Oh, wait, you're saying good night to someone else. I'm sorry.
He's Xander's going. Dark Lord, man.
Yeah.
He's calling it a night.
But you know, everything's been going well. I've almost felt out of the loop for a little bit, for about 3 weeks, because with my 3 daughters, all of them school graduations, winding my gymnastics company down. May, everything kind of comes to an end. But now we're back in July. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to pick it back up. Cook-offs are going to be coming up again. Not just the competitions, but the cook-offs. So I'm all set. I'm ready.
Will you actually go to a lot of those comps where there's teams that you know that are already established with Uncle Steve's fish shakes? Will you actually go, like, be part of the crew, whether it just be a handshaker or whatever?
No,
you know?
I'll stand. It's a handshaker, like out in Alvin. There was right after the Houston cook, there was a big cook-off in Alvin. Whole bunch of the big heavy hitter guys were there. I went out there, and the first thing I did was walk around and look for Uncle Steve Shake flags, because if you're a comp team, I'll work with you. We'll get together. You don't have to do it. You don't have to tell everybody you're cooking with Uncle Steve's. All I ask is that you fly our flag.
Right.
And that lets me know, and that lets him know Uncle Steve's stuff is somewhere in that mix. That's all I care about. Because that's all a comp cook is going to do. But so I'll walk around and look for the Uncle Steve flags, and I'll pop in and say, hey, I saw my flag flying, and then I get to meet people, and I will kind of hang over shoulders to see how they're doing it. Because and that's the biggest secret in whether it be comp or backyard, know your seasoning. You might use a little bit of one seasoning. You go and use a little bit of another. Well, the little bit may not be enough on one of them. That magic ribs is never going to be overpowering. Yeah. I tell people, use that in the beginning. If you're doing a big pork butt, number one, butterfly your pork butt. It cooks in half the time, and there's more surface area for seasoning. But you hit it before and let it soak in a little bit. You cook it. You put a little bit more on when you're spritzing. And when you go to rip it up, when you go to pull it, you put a little bit more on. Now, you can't do that with some of the seasonings like spicier. You can't do it with that. You can't do it with a bunch of them. But magic ribs is never going to be overpowering. So it depends on how much. So I'll hang over shoulders and say, hey, put a little bit more on there. Picture it. Go for the look. Put a little bit. You get your ribs set right in the box. Sprinkle just a little bit down the middle of it. Just so whoever picks up that rib will see just a little bit of grain. Just a little bit. Not coated. But, the first cook-off Johnny Maggs came down to, it wasn't Houston. It was a Fort Bend rodeo cook-off. And we walked, because it's almost like a small town cook-off, but there's 40 teams. We walked around there like kings. I had about 8 different booths flying my flag, and everyone that walked by, he was rushing. We'd walk in, and immediately we couldn't eat anymore, because it's hey, try this. Hey, try this. We were so stuffed. We'd be like, just one little bite, please. That's all I can do. And we had a ball.
I bet.
Yeah, but back to what I was saying. Know your seasoning. If you were going to paint a wall, you would know the paint. You would know exactly how much to use, how many coats to use. You'd know the exact shade when it dries. Seasoning is paint. Besides, it's flavor and it's looks. That's paint. You have to know your seasoning like crazy.
You know, Steve, what I usually do, I open the bottle and I'll taste it, and I'll continue tasting it to see what I'm tasting, what flavors I'm tasting. Then
Right.
That's how I do it. When I put it on my barbecue.
Oh, that and the aftertaste.
Yeah, exactly.
Make sure there's no aftertaste.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about opening up and filleting a pork butt. I just watched a video of CJ, Mom and Papa Joe. He just did that with some drumsticks. Now he was using a jerk, but he filleted open little wing drumsticks and seasoned them up, and he did exactly what you're saying, and it was it's got my curiosity up. And I'm not a black meat guy. I prefer a breast or wing, but
first person I saw do the pork butt, and I'm sure it's been done since the ages of pigs, but the first one I saw was Ricer on a Dead Broke Barbecue, I think, and he opened up a pork butt, and I was like, why doesn't everybody do that? Again, cooks in half the time. You get most of your flavor from the outside bark, so it's almost double the amount of bark. To me, I just, that's the way to do it.
Right.
Okay, just cook the damn food. I saw your thing. Bucky's carries 3 of our flavors. Original, which is so sleeper. It's amazing. It goes on everything. Original, spicier, which is a spicier version of the original. It's not burn your face off.
Right.
And they carry Gator Shake. Those are the 3 that Bucky's carries. Everything else, go ahead.
You can't lose with Gator Shake.
No. Oh, no, not at all. I did have a comp cook who won Houston in the open category kind of sneak over and admit to me right before turn in, I hit a light layer of Gator Shake on both the steak and the seafood. Yeah. And believe me, I was just like, oh, someone finally told me. They finally admitted it. Now, it's getting better. I'll have people that guys that'll send, and I'll post them out when they walk, when they win, trophies, things like that, because that means something to a lot of people. But for every comp cook I have 500 backyard friend cooks that are trying to make something to make their next door neighbors go, man, that was great. What'd you use on that? And when it comes down to it, I got to be honest, I'd rather sell 500 bottles than one. So yeah. I love the comp stuff, but there's a whole nother realm to it. And that's kind of with our seasonings. I'm not just a barbecue seasoning. We go front to back. If you eat it, don't say it. If you eat it, I have a shake that's going to go good on it. Randy, I know you.
I was waiting for him to jump in earlier when you said something. I said, oh, here comes Randy. This is his open curtain for him to come out on the stage, but he didn't say anything.
Yeah.
Something about flavor in your mouth or something like that. I said, well,
that was, and when I said it, I almost pulled. And I thought, no, that's what you want to do. Get your flavors in their mouth.
That was it. That's exactly what you said, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
I love them all.
Yeah, that's it. So, but we are really, I will sometimes track, and here's something a lot of people don't do, company-wise. I'll have the accountant friends and the buddies, well, how much did you make on it last year? I have no idea. I know I didn't lose money doing the shake. I know it was a lot of fun. I know I got to meet a lot of great people. I could not tell you the actual dollar signs. I couldn't tell you how much I make, and don't care.
Right.
All I know is it doesn't operate in the red, so I'm fine.
Yeah, it's it's that old saying, you know, if you like what you're doing, it's not a job.
It's not a job. That's right. That's right.
Right.
So,
So
and I want to keep it that way. Yeah.
Sweet Heat's another one that I haven't heard mentioned tonight, and I love the Sweet Heat too. That Sweet Heat is good. Sweeter, spicier.
Yeah. Kent's on a whole nother level, and I hadn't seen him in here. He must be doing something. He must be deaconing at the church. Kent, if a regular spice level is here, Kent's up here.
Yeah.
Kent has a whole nother level of enjoying spice, and it might be an Iowa thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
Or it may be that I'm just I'll eat sweet tarts and go, oh God, that's just too bad. I have no tolerance for too much spice. And but yeah, he sent me a bottle a while back, and I cooked with it, and the smell of it, you smell it and you're like, oh my God, this is going to be the greatest thing ever. I don't need to make another seasoning ever because he got me beat. But it's too spicy for me.
Yeah.
For me, yeah.
The first batch a year better ago that he sent me, I just used it, and I used it with respect. I knew it was going to be hot. He had already made a statement before about how many different peppers went into creating this. And so when I used it, I think it was ribs or wings or something for the wife and I. And I mean to tell you, it lit my ass up. I was like,
oh yeah, yeah.
Then later he had told me, he said that I got the batch where he forgot to put the sugar powder or the honey powder.
Honey powder, yeah.
So it was straight pepper, but his replacement last year's, it's good stuff. I still respect it.
It is.
I
yeah.
Respect it.
I'd be that to me, they'd have to drag me with a ski boat with no skis on just to keep my back end from being on fire.
Yeah.
Hey, Troy V, funny story. He just talking about pizza. We order pizza once a week because I can't cook every night, and I'll tip the pizza drivers through the website for pizza. They've gotten now where if it's a new driver and I don't offer them a bottle of South Texas Red, they kind of get like, oh really? Oh, they kind of get sad because they put that all over their pizza.
Yeah.
I love it.
This dish here, Georgia Mike, I call him Georgia Mike. There's two Mikes at barbecue come in our chats, and that's how I distinguish them both, or decide who is who there. But that sounds like a good dish right there. I like that. Sounds good.
Yeah, it does. And the Cajun was as close as I've gotten to being completely out of my lane, because I like Cajun food, but I'm real picky about it. And so I almost didn't try the Cajun, but it happened that I was going to a crawfish boil, like 2 weeks. It was coming up, and I thought I have 2 weeks to come up with something. And so I started researching for it first. And I'm more the Cajun food where spicy and hot doesn't mean Cajun. Now you'll get Cajun food that's spicy and hot, but Cajun is herby, spicy, bold. It's everything. It has that special taste to it. And so we were able to hit it after 5 or 6 tries. And again, I ship stuff out to different people to try. And then I have a group of about 15 neighbors in my neighborhood. And anytime I just go and I'll go to their house and put an unmarked bottle on their front porch. And they know, he's coming up with something new.
Right.
The Cajun I was really happy with. I was really proud of how that turned out. And again, for kind of being out of my lane a little bit, that was good.
Yeah.
Simon just sent me a picture. He described it in his chat of what he had used tonight, but he followed it up with a picture. He only showed us one wing. He must have ate all the other ones.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Yep.
Looks so good.
Yep.
Just one wing.
It is one wing. It's like, ha 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 ha. Yeah.
Well, what's that movie? Chris Rock plays a strung-out guy walks in a barbecue restaurant. just one rib. I just want one rib.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kent was driving back. I'm going back over myself here.
Yeah.
Frozen pizza. Yes, I am.
Well,
Crushed
But-
peppers. Quint, Mike. Okay.
yeah.
Uncle Steve, what made you start your business? What made you? What drove you to start?
Well, it was 2 or 3 different things. I stayed single a lot longer than most people do.
Yeah.
And had a house, was always entertaining people at the house, and started cooking a lot of pork tenderloin. And I was like, man, I want something. And everything I would try off the shelf just didn't really hit the spot.
Right.
So I did some combinations, and I got something exactly the way I wanted it. And everybody came over that, man, this is so good. Wow. And I said, well, I'm going to start making it. And so I started making it, I'd go to Kroger and buy 5 bottles of this, 10 bottles of that. It was mostly all raw product. And started mixing it, and I'd give it to some friends in a bag. And then one time I thought, well, this would be good on popcorn. So I put some on popcorn. Outstanding. We'd have movie nights because, again, being single, you have money that you probably shouldn't have. And I turned one of my rooms into a movie theater with a giant, 15-foot round screen on it, projector, big movie seats, big couches. People would come over at nights. We'd watch movies, and I'd make popcorn. Anyway, this is so good because of the seasoning. I left it like that for a while until it was one August because it was a slow month. I took it out to somewhere I was working at a movie night and gave it to a lady, and she said, this is great. I need some. The next day, I got it to her. The next day, she came back and she says, you've got to make this, and you need to sell it. And it happened. If it had been in May or June or July, it wouldn't have happened. In August, I had plenty of spare time, so I thought, you know what? I'm going to research it. Researched it, found the bulk products, found the rules on how to make stuff, found the bottling, and at that small scale, there weren't that many rules. Started making it. Some friends of mine laughed at me and said, oh, this is great, but can you do something with a little kick? Oh, you bet I can do something with some kick. Got got cayenne pepper. Mixed it accordingly. I said, okay, that has some kick to it, but it's still bearable. Had those 2 flavors, and this is over the course of like 6 months to a year. Walked into one of our Buc-ee's down here and saw a guy in a white shirt, and it said warehouse manager, and I thought, oh, he's a manager. He's somebody special. I told him, I said, man, this whole Buc-ee's store is Texas-based, everything. I have a great product that would go in here. Long story short, I submitted, even though he was very skeptical, but they have to be. I submitted the product to Buc-ee's. They loved it. I heard back from them in a week. We want it. How cheap can we get it, basically? But
Right.
they have to at their business. So for a long time, I thought, oh, my gosh. Immediately had to change my production stuff so I could follow the rules that they needed. Got it into the Buc-ee's and thought, well, this could really be something. Then I came up with the Gator Shake, presented that to them, and they said, we usually don't carry a bunch of flavors, but we'll take the Gator Shake too. Had that going, and was selling to Buc-ee's, and then people would email me, on the Buc-ee's bottle, if you like this, email me, and then I could ship to them. Didn't even have a website. COVID hit, and my moneymaker, my children's gymnastics company,
Right.
went from booming to zero. So the real shake company came out of necessity of, I've got to have some money. I've got to live. Popped the website up, started hitting the social media, went through my thing. That's where Papa Texas hit onto me, got me going in the social media and the videos, and it grew from there. But it grew out of necessity. I had to have a job because I didn't know if my gymnastics company through COVID would be able to come back, if COVID was going to be here for 6 months or 5 years. So, and where the gym company has gotten going back as much as I want it to, it took a couple of years. I mean, the whole time, you think about how long schools were closed. That's how long my gymnastics company was zero. So that's where the company came from. It evolved, and I love talking and I love marketing. So
So how many years have you been in the seasoning business?
I want to say we started with Buc-ee's in 2015. So we're coming up on 10 years.
Oh, nice, nice.
And, and when I say that, I get the question, well, man, how come you haven't gotten bigger? The question should be, wow, how'd you stay in business this long? Because so many small businesses, they're 1 year in and out. They'll struggle. They'll use their whole savings forever. They'll go penniless on that business. And all of a sudden, 2 years they're out of business. They have no money, have nothing. Kind of what you said with Wes. There were no backers. There were no. Now I have them now that call. Hey, are you ready? In the beginning, there was me and whatever pocket money I could come up with. There weren't any loans. I've never been in the red. It was all out of what I could scrounge up from there. If I borrowed money from my gymnastics company, I turned around and paid it back, even though at that time they weren't LLCs. Now they are, but it was from zero. It was from scratch.
Right.
And loved every second of it because it's mine.
Right.
Now there may come a time when it's one of the daughters, or there may come a time when I get big enough where somebody comes up, and whatever big company says, hey, we want the brand. We want your recipes. We want the brand. And then I will look at, which would be a dream in a way. How old am I? And how much money is it? Because now I'm not lazy. I will work my fingers to the bone, but I'm doing all of it so that there will come a time when I really don't have to work.
Right.
And I'm getting close now, depending on what college my daughters choose. Jeez. But then again, I look at the shake. How much fun is this?
Right.
This. I would have to have stipulations. Well, can I still represent? Well, can I still do something? Because this is too much fun.
Yeah, it might be one day it's Uncle Steve and girls, or Uncle Steve and daughters for
No, they're gonna keep the name, but that's So
I think it's cool. Christy and Randy had talked a little bit about what they had seen with their couple times they've been to Houston and your house and all that with the facility that you have there. It would be great. I mean, it's like I used to have this thing, when I was always working for somebody else or a contractor. It's like, man, I just dream of a job where I can leave my front door in my pajamas and go into a building on my property and go to work, and make money. That is like a dream.
Well, but now you said it there, and make money and make a living, because I had to go with, because I've been self-employed ever since graduating college, just about. But I've always kept that idea. Yeah, I'm not self-employed. Instead of having one boss that looks over my shoulder, I work for 1,000 people. Over the summers for 26 years, I was a youth and aquatics director at a Houston country club, a huge private club here in Houston. And I would tell my staff, I'm not your boss. I work with you. We work for 1,200 members plus their kids. You have 1,200 bosses. So keeping a humble, good frame of mind gets you a long way.
Yeah. And consistency. I said, and consistency.
Yeah. Now I've had the few. There's about 10 total that, because it's me, I'm like, hey, look, if you don't like it, don't order anything. Or you know what? Just don't call us an order again. You're not my kind of person. And I've told 4 or 5 that. You get to do that now and then. Of course, you got to kind of be a little careful, because now with social media, all it takes is one person that gets mad and wants to really stir something up. And then even if everybody knows it's not true, they're still, I wonder. So
there's a question for you, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, I just took it off.
What's the best seasoning of yours? Oh, I didn't
crack,
see them.
for chicharrones.
Oh, okay. That's going to be flavor based. Okay. It's what you like. I would say spicier, gator shake, or sweet dessert shake. It depends on which direction you want to go in. I hope that answered it.
I'll see if he comes back. I don't.
But yeah, but so many of our seasonings are flavor based, but that's what I want. Someone will pick it up, but whether it kind of be a mind thing, you'll use a little bit on one thing and you'll think, man, I bet this sure would be good on something else. And then you're using more. And then, I bet this would be great on the sweet dessert shake in coffee. That kicked off at a teacher's conference. I'd put a couple bottles out there, and I got a phone call about an hour later. Hey, our conference is still going. Can you bring up more sweet dessert shake? One teacher tried it, and another one did. And before long, they were just dumping it in their coffee.
I never heard of that one.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard that. It sounds good though, but I'd never heard of that one. It's like Randy coming out with the gator shake in the top of your beer can.
Yep.
I've tried Drunken Chef. I've used his habanero SPG on top of a can.
Yeah.
It's some good stuff.
Well, and it's all flavor based. If you like the flavor and it's compatible with what you're putting on, you got it.
Right.
Move my leg. There you go. Oh.
That's Guggen. Guggen on baby detail.
I know. So I love my kids tremendously. Excuse me. One of my favorite times was when they were babies, little. We were at a choir concert. There was a family sitting right behind us. 4 kids on iPads screaming and yelling, and one mom with a little bitty baby. Okay. Now I'll say that the mom and the baby were African American, and it only matters because she got up, she went outside with the baby. I got up to take a break, and I walked out, and she said, "Oh, Uncle Steve, that's you. It's good to meet you." And so we got to talking. I said, "I have a favor," because her baby was still crying. I said, "Can I hold your baby?" She said, "What?" And I said, "Can I hold your baby?" So I hold the baby, and I have a deep voice, and my chest vibrates. I pull the baby in, Lily immediately quit crying and calmed down. And she went, "Oh." And I said, "I tell you, if you want to go on back into the concert." Now, granted, she knew who I was, have known of me. We just met. I said, "Can I hold this baby? You can go back in the concert. Just come back in 10 or 15 minutes if you want to." So I sat there and walked up and down and held that baby, not knowing a thing of it. About 15 minutes later, the dad comes out, and he has a look on his face. and he said, what's going on? I said, "Well, I'm holding your baby." So he comes out and immediately sees this big burly white guy holding his baby. Wife's nowhere to be found. And she was back, but she had sat somewhere else in the auditorium. And I said, your wife's right in there. I promise, I'm just holding your baby. She comes back, running back out because she saw him run out. And he had to calm down for a minute. She was, I got to sit and hold the baby for about 15 minutes. Right. And of course, that whole story came from Gooden saying he was on baby detail. Man, I just love holding and rocking babies.
Yeah, he sent me a message earlier that he'd like to be able to get the baby put down. His baby's cutting teeth, and that he would like to get on a panel later on. But,
oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it took about an hour to get her down. But she's down now.
Good. I'm trying to keep up with a little bit of the chat over here on the side.
Yeah, there's. I've actually fell behind on some of it.
Yeah.
I was getting into your story, and I can't do 2 things at once anymore.
Hey, I'm pretty brave these days. Anthony, I see you in the chat. we sure wouldn't be disappointed at all if you could send me something that I could use for this auction that we're doing to benefit the guy we're benefiting. Anything you might be able to stick in a box and ship to me, I'd love to have it. See, I'm not too proud to beg.
Yeah.
Butter pecan ice cream. Toasted pecans and butter, strain of excess butter. That sounds good to me.
Well, sweet dessert shake on ice cream. That is a complete game changer.
Yep.
Plus all the other stuff.
Right.
You know, I talked about the sauce at Chick-fil-A. I also carry bottles of sweet dessert up there. You get you a Chick-fil-A chocolate shake, no whipped cream, no cherry. You want the hole to be open. You pour in about 2 heaping tablespoons of sweet dessert shake. Stir it with your straw. You're done. You're done.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Anthony. You're a good man. So, but yeah, you know, I'm not going to cure any terrible diseases with shake. I'm not going to solve world hunger, although I do donate cases to food banks because if you're going to eat food bank food, it might as well taste good.
Yeah.
But I sure have a whole lot of fun with it, and I have met some of the greatest people imaginable. You know, so this is, like you said, it's not a job. It's not a hobby. I don't even know what it is, but I sure love doing it. So,
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Awful
I
good.
appreciate you, Uncle Steve. Every
I
time I
know.
order something, you always send a little extra, and I
Yeah.
that's
greatly
that's a
appreciate it.
must. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a must.
No, you're always generous of everything you do, but unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got tons of rubs from other people, and they send it to me all the time, but I always seem to go to Uncle Steve. I mean, I
Yeah.
just can't. I actually throw them away, to be honest with you.
Well, you know, it's funny. I've had a few send me stuff,
Yeah.
and I'll try a little bit of it. Hey, there's Kent. All right, I'll try a little bit of it, but because I don't like sampling other people's stuff, because I
Right.
don't want it to affect, whether it be in the back of my mind, I get something stuck in my head from something else. The last thing I would ever want to do would be accused of copying something or, oh, you got this from so-and-so. I joked with Wes, on the video I made about, I got a mail call. It's one of the first mail calls I've gotten with food product, but I wouldn't eat it. Usually I wouldn't use them if I did. Now I might send them to a couple of friends. I'm going to try the glazes a little bit. I have a feeling they're going to be too spicy because I'm a Sally. But I also have my cooking buddies in the neighborhood that'll be sampling everything and getting back with me on it. And but yeah, so I was joking him about the mail call. When I get stuff, I'll open it and maybe taste and smell it, but I'm not going to use a bunch of it because I don't want it to affect my stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'll use it. I mean, most of it I buy. I buy meat church. I buy a lot of it. And then for whatever reason, when I'm cooking that day, it's like I see it, but I always lean to your stuff, always, because I got so much of it, and then I said I better use it up because I don't want it, spoiling and stuff, So
yeah, as well you should.
Yeah,
you
see my videos, 90%, probably 95%. I rock your seasonings,
I love it. Good, thank you.
Yeah, oh for
the
sure.
sauce is something that I just can't get over or get enough of too. I love the sauce. It's just my wife is a fan of the sauce also, but I don't know if you caught this. Josh said he's got something to send you.
Yes, I saw it. I look forward to it.
And
I did have, because one of the B guys was trying to get a honey product out, but it was more of a granular because he knows that I use honey powder or granulated honey in a couple of my mixtures. But when he got it, or when I got it, it was all clumped together. It had gotten hot. So
now, are you that What's that product they have in there, or like an anti-clumping agent or something in your seasonings? Is that something that you use or get away from?
A lot of my seasonings are made out of two different bases, original or spicier. The manufacturer that makes that for me, and we get it in barrels, there is a little bit of non-clumping in that. But when you get, let's say, cow shake, we start with a base of thick meat. It's like a third thick meat. Thick meat is made with a base of spicier. So the percentages, everything else in cow is natural, no clumping, garlic, peppers, salts, that kind of stuff. So the anti-clumping stuff that comes in it is very minimal. I mean, not that it matters. I actually kind of like it when some of the stuff clumps a little bit, keeps it fresher. Unless it's moisture that got in, if it's just by packing clumping, because if too much gets in, it ruins it. But you get a bottle of pig shake, and you will, and it's kind of clumped together, bang it all around, shake it, because what clumped was the combination of the honey powder and the real brown sugar. That packed up. In fact, that's the toughest to make is the pig shake, because I have to cycle it. We cycle it through the sifters 3 times to get all the little grains of brown sugar coated with other seasonings so that they don't clump.
Okay.
Uncle Steve,
Yeah,
I gotta go. I love you
All
guys. Thank you. I got an early call time tomorrow, extremely early.
Uh-oh.
But thank you for jumping on the show. I appreciate everything.
You got it. I'm actually not far behind you because I have to get these girls.
So
love
look
it. I
Make
love
sure
it.
you guys. This is my favorite rub from this one, and Smoke Bomb is my favorite.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Zach's got a video coming out. He said that Texas rib grind. It looked good. He showed me a picture. It looked good.
Yeah. Oh, the Texas Mike. Are you talking about Bill's Texas rib grind?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I think so. Yeah.
all right, you guys have a good night. You guys all take care, lover boy. I'll talk
buddy.
to you guys later. Take care, man.
Hey, 5. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. See you later, chat. Good night.
Yeah, so it's this whole ride has been outstanding. The shake, I call it the shake ride. It has been so much fun. I apologize to my girls all the time because when we're out at restaurants, when we're out places, if I get recognized, which I love, the conversation turns to shake, and my daughters are standing there going, "Really?" So I apologize to them all the time, but you know what? It's fun. It's a real good ride to be on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's something you're proud of too. So
that's a big thing. It's my work of art. You're not going to catch me painting a mural, but these bottles, this is my work of art.
Well, that and they probably, I mean, they're around it, 24/7.
Go ahead.
When they walk to certain side or certain areas of the house, they probably smell it.
They smell it when they go out in the shop. They smell it when and actually the packaging, a lot of shipping and packaging, we do at my kitchen table still. Our dining room is no longer a dining room. That's where my daughter gets paid to put the gift boxes together.
It's all right.
So yeah, and she knows the order in the box, the order everything sits in. Yeah. And that's, like I said, I pay $1 an hour for whatever grade you're in.
So touch base again on that, if you would, for me, really. Yeah. The Father's Day gift pack. Is that like the sample pack thing there?
No. The Father's Day special is the competition pack. It's a. Hold on one second. Hey, what are y'all cooking? I smell something. Come here. They're cooking something. I smell it. It's a big bottle of a competition cow, a big bottle of competition bird, a big bottle of competition pig. That's 3 big. What are y'all cooking? No, not her. She said, I said, what are you cooking? She looked right at me and goes, huh? What are y'all cooking? I smell it. You burn popcorn?
No.
What'd you cook?
Popcorn.
Okay, go. I smell it. You cooked it too long. No more than 2 minutes in microwave.
Oh, I was at 2:30.
Oh, you burned it. Get that bag out of the house and cook another bag.
We did. It's not burnt.
That's great. Yeah, it is. Anyway, so you get one each of the competition line, cow, pig, and bird. In the shipping box, there just happens to be enough room for another big bottle. So you order the competition package. It's already discounted, a couple bucks a bottle, and if you're buying it separately. And then you go in the order notes and you write in any other flavor. Send me Gator Shake. Send me Magic Ribs. And I'll throw that third bottle in for free.
Okay.
And I put in there, on the Facebook ads, I put, thanking you for being the best dad you can, showing your sons what a man is supposed to be like, and showing your daughters what to look for.
Right.
I've done a couple of talks at dads meetings lately, and I'm real big on that. You know, the position the dad has in the family,
Yeah.
the position he should have, his role, his responsibilities. And it sounds a little old school, but you know, I'm old. So, you know, but that, I think a lot of people forget, and I don't mean to get on a completely different tangent. If you have daughters, you're showing them what's acceptable and what's not, and what to look for. If you have sons, you're showing them, hopefully, what a good father, a good husband, a good man should be like. So
Right.
that's why I throw that out there. I'm off my soapbox now. It's okay.
That's all right. This is your stage.
Because once I get super old, somebody doesn't do right with my daughters, I get free food in jail just as I will from Medicare, Medicaid. So, you know, and I'll be around a bunch of other dudes. They won't mess with the old man. No, that's wrong to say, but you know, I wish more people kind of looked at what they look like going through life and how they act for others, as opposed to I'm in it for me.
The parents are the ultimate teachers. The parents, you know, my children are long out of school, but there are so many teachers that we have talked to that in the past, again, you know, probably almost my youngest is probably, she hadn't been out for 10 years yet, but how many teachers have said if parents would just get more involved with their children anymore, says that just seems like, you know, it's a dying thing where people just, you know, they're just not involved in their children's lives. And, you know, but that also has to do with the economy and the way, and both mom and dad have got to work full time now in order to buy stuff and have nice things and et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, it's hard to blame it on the parent completely when if you believe that, you know, both mom and dad nowadays have to both work, you know. So
yeah. Well, I will tell you, you just said something though. Your kids are old and gone. You are still showing them how to grow old. You're still showing them how to go through life, and you know, and that's the thing. We'll always be, even when, and I get the point. My 15-year-old daughter doesn't really think I'm that smart most of the time. I don't think.
Yeah.
But you know what? She'll come back.
It's
you know, I'm always setting an example.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to be one of those do as I say, not as I do, because that teaches them that that's okay, and it's not.
Yeah.
Guggen, you're awfully quiet down there.
Yeah, you're quite the talker. I can't hold a candle to you. I'm a quiet guy in general.
Yeah.
So
Let's see. It says I'm going to have to break out popcorn maker. Try. I tell you, a little bit of something on popcorn. Amazing.
Yeah. I did a job once for a lady, and she made this bag of popcorn with her special seasoning, and I don't even remember what it was, but daggone, that popcorn was good. It was long before, you know, I was getting heavy into barbecuing, but good stuff.
Yep.
Which my daughters also. Yeah, no, I get that. My next door neighbor right here, I've known her since she was riding at the elementary school bus with my children.
Yep.
And, now her children, if I, hear something, see something, or ambulance, or, whatever, I'm looking out for them, make sure that they're okay. I just,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
just part of being, I won't say responsible, but it's just something that comes to you when you get older. The little ones, are always on your mind, and you're always looking after them.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm just reading that Demus said. So yeah, I can feel it. I just turned 60. I have a 5-year-old, and I'm gonna tell you. I'm kind of, in a way, I'm glad, because I'm a little farther along in life. I don't get as whacked out about certain things. I'm a little more calm, a little more patient, a little farther along, and financially, if you will. So there's a lot of things I never had to deal with, but well, I tell you, my knees sure remind me every now and then when Stevie, the little one, when she wants to wrestle or do something like that, it's, oh, she pick me up, Daddy. Oh, I'm gonna try. So listen, speaking of them, I got to take off. I got to get them showered, get them in bed, and do all that.
All right, man. Yeah,
I've had a ball. Thank you, and y'all reach out if you need anything. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, buddy. I'll talk to y'all later.
Appreciate you.
Bye.
Thank you. Woo-wee. Boy, that was one I was sweating.
Why is that? It was a good live stream.
Both of those people being on the panel in what time, but it all worked out good.
No, it worked out good, man. I watched the whole thing.
Sorry, thank you. It was pretty good live.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta try that guy's glaze, man. Was doing a little bit of research today because it was just a spur of the moment thing, just to try to familiarize myself with him. And man, some of them stuff I was seeing with that glaze on there, I was like, good Lord.
Yeah, I want to try it too.
Yeah, I love a glaze.
I don't know if I want to say I want to try that dude's glaze, but I kind of do.
Yeah. That's one that I'm getting a little scared of hot stuff because it's getting up there, man. It's like it's almost like a challenge now. Someone's got to take it to the next level.
Yeah, that's true.
But I think that it's nice to have. I love hot stuff, but there's like a fine line between having it so hot that you can't enjoy it, but yet they're so hot, like that strawberry one he has.
Mm-hmm.
That has my curiosity up. But if it's so hot, I want to be able to taste some strawberries, or like the blueberry one. That would be another good one. But
yeah, and the problem is though, like, and I think like what they were saying is that everybody's tolerance is different. I don't like a lot of heat, but some people have built a tolerance to it, and they do want a lot of heat, like Daddy Dutch.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm kind of a wuss when it comes to heat, but I'm trying to build my tolerance again. I used to have a really good tolerance back in high school. Could eat habaneros and stuff, not anymore.
Yeah, so he's always challenging himself. He's got to push it. I don't, man. It tears me up anymore. I used to be able to eat. There's a Jamaican guy, man. I just found out. I worked with him at UPS, and I just ran into a old coworker about 2 weeks ago, and this Jamaican Jacques Etienne. That's how he laughed. He always laughed the same. And Charles just told me that the man passed away, and he used to make these spicy pickled vegetables, sliced vegetables. And his family would take, and you've probably heard this story before, Google, maybe some other people in the chat, but it's just something that I always remember. So I'll repeat the story from time to time. But his family would grow habaneros, harvest the seeds, and replant those seeds the following year, whatever they do. But they
Mm-hmm.
kept harvesting and replanting, and as the years go by, that pepper would get stronger and hotter. Man, he used to bring me in these big old quart jars of this hot vegetables, and I mean to tell you, it got to the point where some of it was like shredded cabbage that was
Mm-hmm.
in there with celery, carrots, cucumbers, whatever he put in there, but uh, just about everything. But it got to the point towards the end of my career that, and I'm not exaggerating, I mean, there was one jar I got where I could only get a couple strands of that cabbage at a time. It got that hot, and I was like, good God.
Did he happen to give you a good Jamaican jerk rub recipe, or?
No, he did not. CJ, Mom and Papa Joe just did a video on one though. Then it's going to be store bought.
I
He
bought
says
the
it's
store bought, and it's the brand that everybody on YouTube has recommended. But
this is something totally different now from
okay,
that jerk that he would normally use. He said, and this cook, and I just sort of touched where he filleted open some drumettes to get the jerk into the meat. He said that he compares it to, if I remember what I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it seems to me he was saying something that he said it was just as good as the Jamaican jerk seasoning that he has. And it's Sucklebusters.
Oh, Sucklebusters.
It put out a jerk seasoning, but
yeah, the brand I've been buying is so salty.
yeah,
way too salty for me. So I'll have to try Sucklebusters.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it other than what he said. And it looked good. It looked good. But I don't know if you remember, was it last year that CJ and Mama, they took a big trip to Jamaica. And I think he was able to get some of that jerk seasoning back on the plane with him when he came back. But I don't know if he was in the chat earlier when Wes was in here. But yeah, Bat must have watched the video too, Sucklebusters. But it looked good. I want to do a jerk. Stephen and Cooking with Stephen and Jacqueline. I talked to him a few months back. I want to do a jerk cook, and he has a cook out there with his seasoning on it. And of course, I don't want to use the same exact one as he used, but
sure.
But I'm going to do a jerk hamburger, man. That's just something that just sounds good to me. Chicken sounds great, but everybody does chicken.
Right.
But how many jerk hamburgers have you seen? But probably 5 by end of next week. But but that's all right.
Yeah, man. I still got to plan my next cook. I haven't made a video since January.
Man, I did another one tonight. God dang, it was good. I gave a shout out to George 805. I gave a shout out to Al Lunacy. I gave a shout out to the Amish community.
Oh gosh.
It was my homemade hamburger with jalapeno bacon ground up into it. I used the last I had in the freezer, so that was the shout out to George for giving me the idea. He did a video, and I followed it up, but used some different product in it. Al Lunacy, because I used his Fiesta steak seasoning on it. Damn, that stuff is good. That's really good.
Did you cook the jalapenos prior to putting them in the burger?
No. Jalapeno bacon was
jalapeno bacon. Gotcha.
Yeah, was ground in with the meat scraps I did to make my own hamburger. And I mean, I did that on a different video. Tonight was just the hamburger patties I had in the freezer from it.
I gotcha.
And then I had the smoked jalapeno yellow cheddar on top of those hamburgers, and man, that was so good.
Mm.
Grilled onions, God, it was so good.
That sounds really good.
Lance, why the Amish don't ever see it? Just because I didn't want to leave them out, NBL. I asked myself the same thing. And I said, well, you know what? It wouldn't be fair to make a video and use their cheese. And I'd say something. And to be honest with you, is when you say and not see it, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Like if they have like a driver like myself, it's nothing to go down the road and put a video out on the phone, something that would be interesting related to them, like a barn raising video I found, something like that. But they'll watch it, So it really wouldn't surprise me at all. I've actually gotten some comments that I later thought about, and I was like, well, damn, how did he know that? It's something that came up in a conversation, like, how the hell did he know I did that? And then I got to thinking it was in one of the damn videos.
They're watching. They've got those cell phones stored away like prisons.
Yeah. Has an Amish following. If I could just get them all computers now and get them to subscribe to me, maybe I'll walk around my phone and just say, here, subscribe, here, subscribe.
Did you find any more pizza ovens?
I have not. I sort of backed off of it, AJ. God, I can't get used to that. I'm seriously just thinking about getting a couple pizza stones and going with it that route because I'm so afraid of buying that damn thing. And I saw Russ, put his pizza oven up on for sale. Mm-hmm. And I'm thinking, here I am going to go out and put all these thousands of dollars into something or just $1,000 to find something used and, maybe use it 3 or 4 times. And I got to worry about keeping it covered up, because I'm not using it.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
But I would love to. I'm going to make some pizzas. I would love. My wife wants to try a wood-fired pizza. And I told her what you and Russ said few weeks back. Said they say you really can't, taste the smoke so much, but it's just a thought of it being cooked with wood. I think it's like a novelty thing for both of us. But I think I'm just going to get. I don't know if I'm going to get something for the Kamado or something for the kettle. I'm just so comfortable with the kettle, man. There is nothing that you can't cook on a kettle. I'm sorry. There is just something about a kettle that is so versatile with a little change of this or a little change of that and a different placement of the coal basket, or put the vortex in there and, now it's convection. But
yeah, instead of a kettle, I just bought 6 different types of grills.
Yeah,
do the same thing.
Yeah, big wicks. There you go. Appreciate it, NBL.
But yeah, man, turn out some pizza on that Weber, and I think people will really, want to watch that because it's not too expensive of a grill compared to like a pizza oven, which costs 1,000 used or a couple thousand new.
Yeah.
So it's a good idea. And you got to do that crab pizza so I can copy your recipe.
I knew someone had to come out. Give me a 36-inch, Hojo. I'll try it. I may have to cut it in half still, but may not. I saw CJ cook a suckling. You said whole hog, though. Cook a suckling on a Traeger. Actually, I just challenged myself last night. So 4th of July, I'm probably going to go to PA, hopefully to and get some moose pictures. But my brother-in-law puts on a huge fireworks display and I'm probably going to go there. And I've challenged myself. I'll ask the chat here and even AJ. Um, that Big Joe Weber, that small little 18-inch Big Joe, whatever it is, 16-inch, 18-inch. I was thinking about cooking a damn brisket on that little thing because it's small and I can carry that up to PA. It's like a 4.5, 5 hour drive for me. He's far west of PA. Actually, I'd only be, a few hours away from Lep at that point. He's so far west. He's about an hour from the Ohio line. I don't know how far Lep is in, but I thought about doing a daggone small brisket on that little Weber.
I just saw somebody make a video doing that. I didn't watch the video, but it popped up in my suggested, and maybe I can find it for you. But the picture looked good. It looked like it turned out good.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, as long as the brisket fits on there and you don't have direct heat on it, I don't see why it wouldn't work.
Yeah. Well, that'd be the thing. It's just, because you only have so much heat, you either would just do, you'd have to keep the heat low. Panchuco was saying something about just focus on a snake method. Something where you could keep that, that fire low because you're not going to be able to get the brisket, but so far away from it. Even if you had to keep adding to it, which isn't really ideal, to have to add fresh coals, to other stuff, because then you're going to get that taste from it, possibly. But
Or you could do like Guga Foods and put it in the microwave, or whatever his name is, Guga.
Your pig is street foods in Peru. Yeah, I heard that. Guatemala too, is it? Guatemalans? I did hear that. Cat also. Actually, the guy that told me this, he told me the way that they deskin a guinea pig. He said they'll actually take rooms to their houses and raise guinea pigs in them. So what may have been the living room is now a guinea pig breeding room. But he said something about, true or not, he told me that they would put a slit in the leg of a guinea pig after it's dead, of course, and blow into the straw, and it would separate the skin from the body of the guinea pig. Then they could take the skin off and cook the guinea pig at that point. True or not, I don't know.
I don't know about guinea pigs, but you got enough cats around there, you could try it out.
Yeah, well, they supposedly it's the same method they use for cats, but I don't know. Not into it myself.
No, we get these big old like gophers in my backyard. I don't know what they are. They're the size of a cat, but they look kind of like a beaver, but they're not beaver.
Right.
I'll try to get one of those and smoke it.
Rotisserie it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard you say something earlier about Chris is defending cats. Chris is a cat person. Al put out a rotisserie video or something like that.
Oh, he made a rotisserie. So that Santa Maria style grill I have?
Yeah.
He modified his probably about a year ago, maybe a little longer, and added a rotisserie to it. So I was thinking about doing that, but then I've got that El Charro thing. I can just stick that on top of it and use that instead.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a perfect idea. I mean, that's from Craig. When I understood, that's what he basically used, is just something that a flat surface.
Yeah, I watched a couple of his videos today too. So, yeah, I want to start using that. I don't think I'll make videos with it because nobody's going to spend the money on an El Charro. But
Okay. Yeah, I saw Simon's bacon wrapped hot dogs. Caught that yesterday.
Yeah, I did a lot of YouTube research while the baby was sleeping today. Just seeing what people have done, what videos have done well, what haven't, stuff like that, to give me ideas when I get back into it.
Don't make a kale video firsthand.
I mean, I could have seen that coming.
Yeah. No, I
But
and I
it looked good, man, but I don't know.
I sort of kind of thought, well, this isn't going to work very well, but actually, the oxtail and kale was one video, and I
You
just
just made it
separated
two.
it out. I said, you know what? I got to thinking about the way I went about to cook. If I want to say I seasoned the kale with oxtail, the oxtail should have been involved in the cook with the kale from start to ending.
Mhm.
And I just didn't want to do that to the oxtail. So I purposely smoked them and braised them separately. Actually, the opposite, braised and smoked purposely because I just wanted to pull the meat from the oxtail and put it in the kale, so you actually tasted the ox meat in the kale, and it's a big difference. I did eat a couple pieces of the oxtail with before I put it into the kale, and Russ had made a statement before that oxtail is probably the beefiest tasting beef he's ever had, and that was a spot on description. Oxtail is the beefiest tasting beef I've ever had. It's so good. But
Have you
I
done?
really, sir,
I was going to ask you, have you done beef cheeks yet? Because I haven't.
I have not done beef cheeks yet.
Okay. Well, I'll
Uh,
have to take another stab at oxtails. I tried, I don't know, probably a couple of years ago. Didn't turn out well because I
yeah,
didn't braise them.
there's Russ now. Russ, I can get you the link, buddy. Now we had two guests on the live tonight, so I wasn't sharing the link so much. But if you want to hop on now, the things are calmed down a bit, and
Speaking of
you're
Russ and
more
all the
than welcome.
research I was doing on, YouTube food, I typed in jalapeno popper pizza, and of course, one of his videos from 10 years ago pops up.
A jalapeno what?
Jalapeno popper pizza.
Really?
Yeah, he did one. Or I think he did a couple.
I never even heard that.
I was just thinking like making a pizza, but make it like a jalapeno popper, cream cheese, jalapenos, bacon.
Are you going to do that that other one we talked about?
Probably at some point. I don't know if I'll make a video or not. If it turns out good, then I'll make a video. Oh, you're talking about the burger one?
No, the seafood one.
Yeah, I
Without
think I will.
giving your cook away.
I mean, you can give it away. I don't think anybody here's going to copy it, and if they do, that's okay. That'll help out the algorithm.
Oh, this is true. They might have a bunch of people searching for that product now, and then you hit your video just right,
Mm-hmm.
and then boom. I like to send. I can never remember Chris's damn name. His email. I'd send it to him too. Oh, got it. See, we can get. Goog, you gonna be around for a little bit?
Probably not too much longer. Probably maybe another 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
Baby kept me up all night last night.
Yeah, well, I shouldn't have sent the links out because if no one else hops on, I'm going to go ahead and call it a night here for too much longer. But I thought if some other people want to jump in.
Yeah, if some other people jump in, then I'll keep you going for a little bit. How many people you got watching?
16. I think I hit. I
I
don't remember what it was now. 35, 38.
Yeah, you were up there for a while.
In the peak with that big Wicks glaze. I'm gonna get some of that on order. I think. I thought I saw something on Facebook I thought he had several flavors of that, like more than the two in a strawberry. I remember the strawberry one because Panchuco sent me some strawberry beer, and when you
Hmm.
pop the tab on them, uh, it's like right in your face. Um, what's up, Russ? It's right in your
What's up?
face. Nothing but strawberry smell.
I'm
But
on. I'm going to warn you now. I got a tree frog right outside this window, and he's raising hell.
A tree frog. Uh-oh.
yeah,
Lance.
Yeah, we've been getting all kind of rain, and these frogs are singing, man.
Lance
yeah,
likes those frogs.
Can y'all hear it?
I hear something, but I'm not sure that's it.
That's it. I'm hearing it loud, but
Oh, I hear it all right.
Yeah. But anyhow, so I tasted that strawberry beer, and it tastes like drinking grapefruit juice. Don't ask me how, but it tastes like drinking grapefruit juice. I'm watching. You're watching from 10 different IPAs. So really, there are only like 4 people watching. Yeah, I didn't send out the link any today, Russ, because I had. Did you catch any of the live earlier with Big Wicks Glazes? I had him on at first, and then Uncle Steve came in. So George and I had 2 interviews going on, and I wasn't going to be bringing a bunch of people in and out of the chat, but Guggen popped in
yeah,
just at the end.
yeah. I caught a little bit at the beginning and listened to what he was saying. I don't know who he is, but I ended up watching a movie. You ever seen oh crap, what was the name of it? Something Crossing. The Butcher's Crossing is like a western from the 1800s when they were slaughtering all these buffalo and all. It's
Yeah,
bad movie, but pretty good. But yeah, I ended up watching that. It just went off right before I jumped in the chat.
good TV tech and try Fiddlehead.
I worked out in the garage today. I built that sign I showed you last week, and I ended up doing that red plexiglass. I didn't like it, man. It's too transparent. You could see all the LED lights around it. So I ended up ordering some white plexiglass that's diffuses the light better, and did that. So I'm trying to make a video out of it for my other channel, and I just got a little bit more footage to shoot. I'm through for the most part though.
That's Russ's frog talking to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tried to make that reference, but you didn't catch on.
I didn't catch on to it. Sorry.
Yeah, Russ, we were just talking about you when you hopped in the chat about how I was like,
I
you
caught
probably
that
heard
about
about
the
the
jalapeno popper. I don't
You-
even remember that. That's how long ago that's been, man.
You've done everything.
Yeah, that's an
So what
old
makes
video.
it just a cream cheese? Or
Yeah,
how-
you just try to make it like a jalapeno popper, but a pizza. Cream
Yeah.
cheese, bacon bits, jalapenos, obviously.
Yeah, Sal just made one. He was calling his method of cutting the jalapeno the boat method. I
Like
think
cutting them in half.
No, you actually cut a V out of the top, like a V hole.
Yeah.
Out of the top of it. I think if I remember correctly, it was something that he got from T-Roy Cooks.
I got you.
He was packing those with his cream cheese and wrapped 2 pieces of bacon around it.
Dang.
But they look good. Is that you posting? So yeah, that's you.
Yeah,
posting.
I was gonna show you that sign.
I was going to say that one thing looked a little perverted, and I didn't see a face, so I didn't know if I should
let
open
me
it
hit.
up.
Let me hit. Record. I mean, play on it.
What are those off of? Chevy V6?
Something my son had,
Yeah.
but there's a sign after.
Skill set.
that red light is just. It's got different colors. I installed that also. I'm just showing the color that it projects way better than that piece of junk I had. But there's a sign there. It looks way better than that red. You can see a little bit of shadow between the A and V right there at the bottom.
Right.
That's something laid in behind it. I wish I'd used 3/4 conduit like I did on the other side, and I could have dropped it down in the pipe, but it's good enough. You can see that one. That red was too dark, and I don't know, it just didn't look good. That box is already dark. That white really sets it off. So that's what I end up going with.
I swear that frog is saying Lance.
Go ahead, Guggen.
I'm saying that frog saying Lance, 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 Lance.
Yeah.
Chris.
Yeah, he's raising heck out there.
Chris.
I text my wife, said, go out there and tell that tree frog to shut the hell up. He's right outside my window. It might be on my window.
Well, that's a lot of work method. I thought it looked pretty good. It wasn't too hateful.
What's that?
The method that Sal used to do those poppers.
Oh,
Randy, I know somebody would pay for that.
Wrap 2 pieces of bacon around my nuts. You got a Texas mouthful of ball bearings. Goose, I got to go early morning. Bat, thank you very much, buddy. Thanks for being around. Glad y'all liked the live. I was definitely worried about it. When that other guy confirmed pretty much last minute, I was like, man, what did I do? I'll smoke first next time. Cut thin stuff. I forgot who I saw do that. It actually sounds pretty good, but is it going to be too soft to handle the pepper? There's another one. Randy in 3, 2, 1. Nope.
No, it won't be too soft.
Low hanging fruit.
Yeah, my son owned a car that he ordered new stainless steel exhaust for, and then the thing crapped out on him right after he ordered it, and he ended up selling it. Never did. It's been sitting in my shed for 4 years, and I asked him, I said, "What are you gonna do with all that?" He said, "You can have it like that." And he said, "I don't even have the car no more." So I said, "I'm gonna hang them headers on the wall just for garage art. Why not?"
Okay, I get what you're saying now. A lot of unnecessary work is what he was getting at.
Man, I always scoop out the hot part of the peppers. It's too much spice for me if I don't.
Yeah, well, and a lot of those seeds like that aren't really the best for your colon either. When you get old, you start thinking about that kind of stuff. Kyle, from 8.3 to 8.2% IPA. Those beers that Simon and I had last night, they were 8.4, I think.
Pretty stout.
I will say I woke up sick this morning. I was supposed to go look at tri-tips, and there was no way I was going to do that. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, I'm not supposed to be eating any kind of little seeds like that either with that diverticulitis or diverticulosis, whatever.
Were you guys on a live stream last night?
Yeah. Panchuco wanted like a little private retirement live thing.
Oh, I gotcha.
He sent me, I guess he was getting shirts and hats, and he sent out cans of beer, I think, and a bottle of bourbon, and just wanted to get together and sort of like have a little toast to his retirement type thing.
Yeah. I've been drinking those high test IPAs, but I switched to Coors Light because those things will tear you up.
I PA a lot when I drink beer.
I'm still nursing the same beer since I got on here.
Good stuff. You didn't taste them, did you? What's he talking about?
You guys remember when I took a spoonful of sweet heat
You didn't taste the wings.
on the
I'm
live
sorry.
stream?
Sorry, Guggen.
I said when Kent dared me to do a spoonful of sweet heat on a live stream, it was probably a year or 2 years ago.
Yeah.
This shit was hot.
Yeah. No doubt. I like it, you know. That
I like it too. Yeah.
but I just got to use it, you know, in manageable amounts to be able to enjoy it. But I've said it probably a dozen times now the past few days since I tried it. That Mile High barbecue guy, Scott, that barbecue sauce he's got out on Etsy right now, that is some hot shit and it still retained flavor. Pretty good stuff. But it's something that's extremely hot. She's letting her hair grow out?
I'm sorry, I had my mic muted. This frog is.
There's a
He's
Trina
going
letting her
crazy
hair
out
grow?
there.
I texted her earlier to tell him go out there and tell him to shut up.
Uh,
You gonna see if I can find him?
He might be stuck to my glass right here with his little copper feet. They're cool looking little frogs, but man, they're loud.
Go get one and smoke it up.
Ain't nothing to them. They ain't about that big.
Yeah, be a little lollipop, little frog lollipop.
I like those kind of frogs other than their loud mouth. I like geckos. Geckos are cool too.
Yeah.
Got them little round toes and little suction cups.
Show that frog.
The judge. Yeah, no doubt.
Oh man, back to painting a foundation tomorrow. I don't even know what the weather's supposed to be like tomorrow.
We've been having wave after wave of rain, but I just looked earlier and I think there's still like a 20% chance every day this week. Friday's no chance, so I think I can finally get another cooking video out. I cooked the one with the steaks and everything Thursday, and I've got it fully edited. It's actually uploaded, but it's unlisted. I want her to look at it first to make sure. I mean, that wasn't part of the deal that they had to approve it or anything, but I want her to look at it before I actually release it and make sure everything's kosher with them.
That place where they sent you the meats and all that, you're saying?
Yeah. Man. That freaking that stuff was good, man. Holy crap.
Let me take a quick wheels break here.
I've having this channel, I've tried a lot of different seasonings and rubs and so forth. I've never had something that smelt that aromatic and it just pop you in the mouth just the same way it smells. It's really good.
What's it called? Or are you not allowed to say?
The Golden Steer out of Las Vegas, famous iconic restaurant. It's some of their stuff that they got available. They're trying to push it for Father's Day. It's expensive. You get two tins of two different rubs. I think it's $41 without shipping. Yeah, without shipping. But I told Trina, I said, we're going to use this on a lot of stuff, and when we run out, I'm going to order more. It's that damn good.
Damn.
But those steaks were just unreal. Good stuff. It's expensive, though. We were talking to somebody the other day about I think it was Al. He's talking about $100 steak. Hell, I went to their website, and I'm not pushing the steaks. I'm cooking them on the video, but they told me that was just for me doing the video, just for me to enjoy. Don't even have to put them on the video. I looked on the website just to see what them two steaks cost. $289 if you order two bone-in ribeyes from them. Like, good God.
Damn.
That is freaking ridiculous.
I don't think I've ever had a steak that costs that much.
I had a rib tip, or not a rib tip, the rib cap steaks one time from Low Bells. They sold for $379.
Damn.
I didn't pay for it. I mean, they sent it to me, but there's no way I would spend that much on meat, man. No way.
Mm-mm.
Just 1 meal? Hell no.
No. No, I feel like I get pretty good stuff from the local butcher, and it's all grown here. And I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, they're not trying to sell steaks. They do that every day in Las Vegas, being as famous as they are, and people go in there, high rollers, spend the money, just,
But no, that's pretty cool. They sent those out to you.
Yeah, very cool. That was my payment, I reckon, because they also sent me 5 or 6 different compound butters, which are really good too. And I put 4 of them up in the freezer so they'll last. I don't want them just hang out in the refrigerator forever till I actually need them. It's not something you use every day.
I know you had that dry ager. Do you like dry aged steaks, like the flavor?
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, I like a raw steak too. These were on their packaging. They said they were wet aged, which means they just sit in their cryovac for a couple of weeks. That's all that is.
I think I like wet aged better than dry aged, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, with dry age, the biggest downside of that, you lose so much weight and meat. That's the biggest problem. Is it worth giving up all that extra meat?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to cut off all that pellicose and just it drying out in general. Yeah, you lose a lot.
NBL, it's not the 308. It's called the Grill Pack. If you go to their site and click on seasonings and hit Grill Pack, it's got 2 different rubs. One is the Outlaw Rub and one is the Pepper Mafia. That's the 2 seasonings. Plus, they sent me a little tin of their what they actually use on their steaks in the steakhouse, which is a Sergio's seasoning. You treat it like salt and pepper, but it's got more than salt and pepper. But it's very aromatic, man. It's just really good.
You saw that pizza oven yet?
I did.
Good.
I sure did. Sold it last week. Yes, sir. I sold it.
Man, I didn't think you'd ever get rid of that thing. I'm not saying I didn't think you'd ever sell it. I'm saying that I thought you would hold on to it.
No. Well, man, I don't know. At my age, if I was younger, I told Trina that. I said I'd probably be out there all the time making pizzas. Just now, the older I am, it's just like, yeah, I just soon order one. You know what I'm saying? I always wanted one, that's for darn sure, and I enjoyed it. Not much, but I did enjoy it.
Well, good. Who you typing to, Lance?
Thumpaholic Corey.
Oh yeah, he was in here. He asked you if you cooked with serrano peppers.
Yeah, I can't remember cooking anything specifically with serrano. Cayenne, I cook with a lot of cayenne.
Serrano is kind of like it's kind of like a jalapeno, I think. I don't know.
It is. It's similar. I like using the pickled serranos, like in a certain chili I make. I just add them to the mix. I dice them up and just have them in the chili.
Are you allowed to do that in Texas?
I ain't in Texas.
I know, but I'm just joking.
I don't care if you're allowed in Texas. It ain't got nothing to do with Texas.
You're just only allowed to have meat and ketchup in Texas.
All you can make in Texas is hot dog chili.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
I had to go out and put something for my cucumbers to climb up on already. They're taking off, and I notice I got still looking for a good fish recipe. To do what? Russ has got a great smoked, actually Guggen too up on the panel. Got a great smoked fish dips.
Well, I copied Russ's kind of, and Russ has Biloxi bacon, which is smoked mullet. You probably follow that recipe.
I got a couple of them videos up. I'll tell you the way I like to do catfish. That's to get that Paul Prudhomme's blackening magic. That blackening magic.
Yeah.
Slather you some butter on a griddle. Have that thing smoking hot. and season it, blacken the seed. Well, you baste the butter on your fish too, both sides. And you put that seasoning all over it and pow, pop him down there. You get it almost to where it's starting to get almost charred. I don't go quite to the charred. I mean, they call it blackening for a reason. Then I'll flip it over, do the other side, and it's usually done by that time. That's blackened catfish is really good.
To use a gun to finish a sear? What's the gun?
Gun?
I thought you said it used a gun at the end.
No, I just use butter and that seasoning
Oh,
on a hot griddle. If you do it in a cast iron skillet, you want to get it hot enough to where it's almost dancing when it hits. I mean, it's really got to be hot. And you do one side, flip it over, and do the other side. You can't do a real thick fillet; it won't get all the way through. But you probably do a 3/8 of an inch, no problem. If you go too thick, you'll have to cut your heat back, so let it go longer.
Yeah, I can't really say I've ever done a serrano. It's got my curiosity up now. I got banana peppers already out. I was surprised to see them things already going.
Lance, you ever grown any pumpkins?
Have not.
I think I'm going to try that. I think it's this month I need to plant them. But it'd be cool to have a bunch of pumpkins for October.
My wife told me last night I picked up a watermelon. She's not going to do it this one because it wasn't a good example, but she's going to I do have voices in my head, Chris, sometimes, but she's going to do watermelon rind pickles. Those things are great, man. I love watermelon rind pickles.
I don't think I've ever heard of that before.
Oh,
Sounds
man, they're out of this world.
I got a
So
video.
she's going
I got a video on my channel that it probably dates back when about the time I did that jalapeno popper pizza. But I took watermelon and cut it into wedges about, I don't know, a half-inch thick. And I had those grill grates, and I seared the watermelon on each side, grilled it. Then I topped it with vanilla ice cream. That's pretty darn good.
I bet.
Brian, the watermelon rind pickles, what you're saying, they're so good. I really enjoy them. They're a thing down this way, but
My
Is that
mom
when
used
you,
to do those.
Is that when you drill a hole in it and fill it full of vodka or Everclear?
no, you actually get
No, that's a spiked melon.
you get yourself a melon and carve out what you want from the pink flesh of it. Leave a little bit of it behind, not much at all. But you take the rind off the hard rind, from the outer side off. Then you just have that little square of watermelon rind, and you put your seasonings up together, and you make some watermelon rind pickles. They're really good.
Yeah, my mom used to do that years ago. You didn't
Some
let nothing go to waste.
Sounds delish. The catfish that Russ said, Corey, they ain't been in y'all's community in a long time.
That's because they're all using that front scan.
Yeah. You guys went over to that front sonar, and I just don't even mess with y'all anymore. Corey don't. Corey is a diehard fisherman. This man goes out. If he's got 30 minutes left over lunch break, he's going out fishing at someplace near to him.
Yeah, I'm a fair weather fisherman.
I want to go fishing this fall. Speckled trout run into these bayous around here during like late October, all of November, December, January.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't get to go fishing this year, unfortunately, at the coast. I usually go once a year.
I haven't been in a couple, probably more like 4 years. It's been a while. And I love to fish.
And I'm sure they have restaurants like this around you, Russ, but you can get to bring your catch in and they'll cook it for you. So
I can
no.
go buy any variety I want too. You know what I'm saying? If I just want to eat fish, but I love catching fish. You know.
Yeah, it's just cool that you can go to these restaurants and bring your catch, and
Yeah.
you don't have to
You
cook
can
it
bring
yourself.
your fish to
Yep.
their restaurant and they'll
hmm
cook it for you.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Any way you want.
Yeah,
Yep.
that's pretty
Well,
cool. We
hmm
were up in the Smoky Mountains, and they had this little roadside thing where you pay to fish. They had these little cane poles. They give you some corn with little brim hooks, and you catch rainbow trout. That they had, the river actually ran through there, and they took a little U shape and cut like part of the river, and they stocked them rainbow trout in that one little area. But it had good clean water running through it and connecting back to one of them small rivers. First time I ever ate rainbow trout ever, you know. And they took all these fish and they cleaned them. They did hush puppies, I think potato salad, made a whole meal. It was enough food to where we ate twice that day. And I'm talking about my mom, my dad, my brother, and his entire family, me and my best friend Ricky Brown. I wasn't even married yet. We were teenagers. And we ate 2 meals out of that. It's like, holy crap, man, it was good.
yeah, there's good thing. There is a difference between good hush puppies and bad hush puppies, though.
That is a fact. I don't like hard hush puppies that's
Yeah,
real dense. I make a hush puppy that's real light and airy. It's
yeah,
got a nice little crisp on the outside, like not a hard crunchy crisp, just a light crisp. You know,
yeah.
they're pretty good.
Smoked bluefish.
Never had that.
You've
No,
done smoked mullet not that long ago. No, that was that redfish you smoked.
Yeah,
Who's
redfish.
Loderman Jack? He does the smoked mullet.
Yeah, I know he's got 2 or 3 smoked mullet on his. I need to talk to him too because I've never frozen before. And I thought about doing that with that new Pro Max I got because it's got 6 racks, and I ain't worried about the fish smell. All you gotta do is leave the door open a few days, and that smell will go away. I'm like,
Yeah,
man, I bet that'd make a fine. Order me some alderwood sawdust and smoke them in that, man. But I want to like, if I can find somebody just to buy them from, I don't care, you know. But I want to get some good sized mullet and fill each rack up all the way down 6 racks. But I don't know if he just vacuum packed his and froze them or whatever. But I remember this one video where he let his dad have some smoked mullet. It was a year old that he had it in his freezer, and his dad couldn't tell the difference. He thought it was fresh. So
uh,
yeah,
I haven't
well,
had
he has to do something of it because that one video he did out less than a year ago, that drop net was so damn heavy he couldn't lift it up. There's that much mullet in there.
oh yeah. I need to just go back on his channel and try to find that video. He says how he froze it, I think.
Yeah, I finally used some of that buttonwood. I did that grilled smoked perch tacos, and I
Hmm.
used that buttonwood. That is some hard ass wood.
Yeah, it is. I
It
still got a box full
burns.
of it.
Yeah, it burns. It burns well. What I will say, and it may have just been I had a big coal bed, but if I left the lid off that kettle, that would ignite it pretty quick. It went up in the flames pretty quick. So I had to keep. If I took the lid off, I had to keep it down. With the pecan, I don't have that type of trouble with it, but
It
that
just
buttonwood,
it's just good and dry. That's all.
yeah, that buttonwood, I really like that flavor it put on there. It was like you said, it's really mild.
It is mild.
Very
That's like
mild.
alderwood. You know, that alderwood is what they use in the Northwest a lot for smoking fish. And all my life, I've eaten smoked mullet, and it was always done with local woods like pecan or something like that, which is really good. But after I started this channel and I got to investigate more and more alderwood, and I finally found some alderwood. I got some out in my garage, matter of fact, chunks. But I ordered a thing of alderwood sawdust and I brought it to Derek's. And I don't know if he's still got that or not. I need to call him and ask him. If not, I'm gonna find some more and order it just for that the electric smoker. You know.
I tried for weeks getting alder wood around here, calling all these lumber companies and specialty companies. I couldn't get any,
Yeah.
not one piece.
Yeah, I did look on Amazon about a week ago, and I didn't see sawdust. I seen plenty of alder wood, but I just didn't see. I seen mainly chips.
Cottonwood. I haven't tried any cottonwood.
I heard it's good.
I bet it is. But that buttonwood, that was pretty good. I think he's got some post oak pieces in there. Also, I don't know what else is in that. There's two different
No,
things.
he sent me two different woods. He's got the buttonwood. Now I'm talking about what he sent me. One's just all buttonwood. It all looks identical. It looks almost like petrified wood just looking at it. And then he sent another one that's an Australian pine. And I have not tried that one yet. I've been a little hesitant. Anything with the word pine on the end of it, I don't want it facing like a pine tree, you know.
Yeah, I got the one box, but the Ziploc baggie had buttonwood on it, and it was written on there, buttonwood.
Okay.
But the loose pieces had moss growing on them, you know, and it looked like an oak. I'll have to ask him. He answered that question for me one time, and I just don't remember it. But
yeah, sucks getting old, don't it? Can't remember shit. CRS.
I kept up with their conversation. I heard him say something or saw him something about getting the hose out again.
Yeah.
Chris found that pretty funny, but I didn't catch the other part of it. Oh, back fat. Hose again? I don't know.
Russ, I just did a quick Google search on Australian pine, and they say it's a hardwood oak subspecies in Australia and has a similar smoke profile to white oak.
Okay, well, I guess so. That's why he sent. I mean, because Loderman is not no dummy. You know, he's not going to send you a pine tree. It's just something about the word pine on there. I was a little hesitant. I'll be honest with you, I forgot about it, but I got it. It's right up under this little sofa in here.
Where did he get it? Does he have a tree near him, or did he get it from Australia?
Now the buttonwood grows around there. I don't know where he got the Australian pine at. I'm gonna try it one of these days. I might put some on my old hickory.
Yeah, might as well give it a shot.
Just try it. You know, it might be really good.
I've got a black walnut tree that half of it kind of broke off during a storm, and I've been smoking with that, and that stuff's good.
That maple you got?
Well, I kind of burned through all the maple. Now I'm working my way through the black walnut.
And you like that?
Yeah, it's good. It smells so good when it's burning. Yeah.
This is the other one, Russ. Does it look anything like?
Yeah. Best I remember, it does. I have to get on my hands and knees to pull mine out. Yeah, that looks a lot like it. Yeah, that's what he sent me.
And that was what you're calling an Australian pine?
Yeah, I think so. Hang on, let me reach under here.
You guys got to compare your wood.
Yeah.
Good. It makes for a good clickbait, Russ.
Yeah, but you gotta mill it into a 2x4, so it really gets a good clickbait. Bait.
But I was surprised about that buttonwood. I said, man, that thing does got a really mild taste. But you can see, like, all the moss. You probably got this in Georgia too, don't you, Guggen?
What is it? The Australian pine?
No, the moss that grows on this.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
I only found one piece that had a little bit of bark. There's 4 big pieces. Oh, hang on. 4 big pieces like that. My bark looks different.
Yeah, no, your bark's totally different. That
See,
looks like a pine.
it pulls right off.
Yeah, there's no way. This is.
And then here's one without the bark. And there's 2 more in there. It's real shiny. It don't smell anything like pine. It is hard. I can tell just looking.
That's a
It
whole
resembles
wood, buddy.
oak more than anything. Even the bark don't smell piney.
But yeah, I usually pull the bark off anyway if I can.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah,
That
well,
looks like blackjack oak or something right there.
you know what? I bet you that's exactly what that is, as a matter of fact.
See how thin that bark is I just pulled off?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
What's up,
blackjack.
DJ?
That's what me and Derek use the most to smoke all kind of stuff. That's when he went to cutting wood here a couple of years ago. All of it was blackjack. Blackjack oak.
What's up, DJ?
Oh, he's got some little seeds in there. I didn't even see them.
Hold up.
Hang on. Let me,
Australian Kush.
I guess I could plant them, grow my own tree.
I don't know. You
Girl.
should. Send me some, Russ. I'll plant some in my backyard.
Dang, I've had this box for over a year. And I didn't know that was in there.
MDL's calling you out, Russ.
We just planted a peach tree and a tangerine tree.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, I'd be half tempted to start them things in a pot
I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna leave these out of the bag. That's pretty cool.
and then transplant them. Yeah, I'd try that in a heartbeat.
If it grows, I'll do a couple of them, and if it actually sprouts and grows, I'll send you some, AJ.
Yeah, no, I'll pay for shipping. That'd be awesome because
Let me see
I
if
need
I
to
can
do
do
it.
anything. What would be a good time of the year to try something like that?
If you start them in the pot right now, because the soil will get warm enough to germinate.
Well, we got some big pots in the garage that I took them bay leaf trees out of. I planted them, and I'll do both of them. I'll put a seed in each one and see if it does anything.
Cool.
Leave it in to mix in with your meat, or just toss it out.
I always leave the fat cap on, and usually renders pretty well.
Yeah, I'll leave a little bit of it on, but if the pieces are too big for me when I'm pulling it, it's got to go.
Yeah. If it doesn't render, if it's too big.
Yeah, I got to where I don't never trim a pork butt. I just cook it with the fat on it. Then when I'm shredding it or chopping it or whatever, I get rid of any excess fat. I do leave a little bit.
Yeah, I'll put it probably when it hits like around 160 internal temp. I put it in a aluminum pan, and then all the fat collects, and then I'll put that in a fat separator and get rid of a lot of that fat.
Yeah,
and then
there you go.
Mixing the jus back in with the meat.
Right. We do that. We was up there at the old Iola car show. I noticed Jeff was doing that a lot. I've got one of them separators. There it is right over here. Hang on.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I don't have one of them. Yeah.
Super cheap on Amazon or wherever.
But he would take and pour all that juice back into here. Then the fat, I guess, would come out of the top, and he'd drain a lot of that fat off, and then just pour the juice and all back over the meat, as he was shredding it.
Yeah, I don't have one of them, and for whatever reason, that and a damn pink pancake dispenser thing. I want one of those things so bad, and I haven't bought one yet.
What is it? A baster?
The little pancake dispenser things. You squeeze it, and you drop that little.
Oh yeah. This works pretty good.
Cool.
All your fat goes to the bottom. You pull this thing and it comes right out, and you can sit there and watch. You gotta let it sit a little bit and separate.
Right.
Let most of your fat run off. Then whatever's left, you just mix right back into your meat.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we ran Corey off.
Yeah.
That is a fishing fool. That man, he's always fishing. Like I don't care if it's just a few minutes. He is out fishing.
I mean, you're going to shred it anyway, SJ. I don't see the point of the presentation part of it, but
Yeah.
you
And
do you.
even if you only cook it up to slicing temperature, some people do that. Then people, it's kind of like a steak. If you got too much fat, cut it off. Just don't eat it.
Yeah.
Eat a little bit.
Yeah, my wife, she'll leave it on, but she'll dress it.
Yeah.
Coat it with brown sugar, and she'll do her hash cuts in it, but she'll leave it on.
Yeah. I used to trim the fire out of pork butts, briskets, everything, mainly just to have fat for like doing a sausage and other things with, have it on hand. And I ended up, man, it's like after 2 or 3 years, you look in the freezer and you got all these packs of fat, and I end up trashing it because it's so old. I'm like, screw that, man. If it's something I need extra fat for, I'll just go get some fat back.
Speaking of fat, I know in a live stream probably a year ago, I was talking about I made beef tallow cookies, chocolate chip cookies, and everybody here, not you, Russ, but everybody else was making fun of me. And then Al from Eat More Vegans, and then what was that restaurant he went to? Anyway, they make beef tallow chocolate chip cookies.
Really?
That's how they used to do it back in the day.
Sounds good to me. I mean, lard. Think about lard, all the stuff it goes in, including, biscuits and all that. People who use shortening nowadays, but back in the old days, my grandma, she made, lard or tallow, whatever they had. It's delicious.
You used to be able to buy blocks of lard here at the store, but that mom and pop closed up about 2 years ago.
Yeah, you can buy that stuff like at Walmart in a tub, but that is not just pure lard. That has been hydrogenated and everything else,
Yeah.
It's hard to get real lard. I'm sure you can buy it online, but you don't really know what you're getting. But you can save all your. Actually, I think is it lard? Yeah, it comes off the kidney fat. What do they call that? Leaf fat. It's a certain kind of fat is true lard. It's not just from anywhere. But when I'd render it down, kind of like tallow, I didn't care where it came from. It was still good.
Yeah.
Everything went back. Yeah, absolutely. We do save all our bacon renderings. I bought a little thing just for that. It's got a little screen to collect all the bits.
Yeah.
And then the clear stuff drops to the bottom. Then you shake out that strainer and wash it and keep it in the fridge.
I've got an antique one. It's tin or aluminum. And it's like you say, it's got like a little round disc that sits inside of the main can. It's got full holes, so you'll pour your grease into it. It'll sift it. And then it's got it's dented up, but it's got a aluminum cap that's shaped the form that goes all that, and it says embossed letters that's bacon across the top of it.
Yeah, that's the way ours is.
But that's an old one.
But mine's actually like a screen. It's not just 4 holes. It's what do you call the ones? A strainer, like you strain out everything out.
Like a sieve or something.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Finer mesh.
Mm.
Yeah, I got one of those for my peanut oil.
Oh yeah, eggs fried in bacon grease. Yes,
now you're
sir.
talking. Now you're talking.
Man, I've had ex-wives that would fry eggs in vegetable oil, and they were nasty. All I could do was taste the vegetable oil.
Yeah.
All we had growing up was fried in bacon. Well, my mom would fry the bacon first, and then the eggs would go in after the bacon. And you pick up all that flavor.
Oh man, yeah, those are the best eggs.
Heck yeah.
This topic has turned into one. It was almost like last night. There's so much stuff that was so good for so many decades that now it's just a dying art. People aren't doing it, don't use it, change methods, whatever. And it's all gone.
Well, that and restaurants have gotten. I'm not saying all restaurants, but I'd say the majority have gotten terrible.
Yeah.
You can't get good food anymore anywhere unless you cook it yourself.
That's fact. I agree with that 100%. we go out to eat sometimes. We are selective where we go, but there's this little place we go right up the road called CJ's. My wife likes going there because she knows a waitress, and the food's just mediocre at best. You know, it's just like, God, here you are spending this money. I said, we can cook better than this, you know, way better.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice to go out every now and then.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Praise the Lord.
Trina didn't get that frog, I hear.
Yeah, that little dude, man, he ain't gonna give it up. Hope they don't get by my bedroom window tonight. They'll keep
Oh
me up
God,
all
wouldn't
night.
that be annoying?
Oh, it happens
All
every now
night
and then.
long.
It only happens after a lot of rain when it's real wet, man. They come out of the woodworks, you know.
Chris, a few years back, I had a huge bullfrog. He was huge. He was down my pond, and when he went off, man, he went off, and you could hear him in the house. And I remember one night, we didn't hear him. It's like, why didn't we hear him? What's going on? I went down to the pond next morning. He had choked on another frog, eating another frog. He was that damn big. I said, that's why we didn't hear him. He was huge.
You're exactly right, Sal. You know, people like my grandparents and my parents, they could like that in the 1800s. You know what I'm saying? And before then, even. And all of a sudden the whole nation got on this health kick, and a lot of it mainly like when people quit using lard like they used to and tallow, and that was Procter Gamble did that, pushing their vegetable oils, trying to say that those animal fats were unhealthy. But now if you look at the data on that, they're finding out that animal fat is not unhealthy like we have been led to believe. The processed oils, hydrogenated, and all that is way worse for you than something that you melted right off of an animal. With that said, animals are given all kind of chemicals down their feed. I mean, we don't know what we're eating anymore unless you grow it yourself and you're 100% organic. You really don't know, but
yeah, I just read something that said that any seed oil like canola, sesame, grapeseed, those are all bad and cause inflammation, but tallow and olive oil and avocado oil is pretty good for you.
Yeah. Oh, I had somebody comment because I did that little review on that little oil press, where I did the flax seeds. Read up on flaxseed oil, and it's got all these healthy benefits, from what I've seen.
I guess it depends on the seed.
It does.
But then speaking about old recipes, I watch Cowboy Kent Rawlings every once in a while. And he's been doing a lot of Depression era recipes and Abraham Lincoln's favorite recipes. I think that's pretty a neat.
He's probably a smart man for doing that, especially nowadays with the prices going through the roof and things looming. Like we don't know where this country's going. I mean, it'd be kind of good for everybody to learn some of them recipes that they can do on the cheap. Lard and tallow are better than the crap oils we have now. Yeah, exactly.
Everything gives you cancer now. Even the water we drink. It's all got microplastics.
Yep. Homemade biscuits made with lard was the best. Absolutely.
I got to get me a griddle, or at least something for my gas grill, a big griddle top, because I love cooking breakfast, and I'm sure it's so easy on the griddle.
I never thought about this, but Mojo, he did a live this morning. And I tuned in late, and I reckon he cooked his. How he used to cook on Saturday mornings, on his which today was Sunday. But at any rate, he has a Blackstone griddle inside his house. I don't know what room he is in, but it's a big, spacious room. And I'm like, no vent hood or nothing, but it wasn't smoked out or anything. I'm like, I guess he's got a big enough house and good ventilation. He did have a window open, Yeah. But I thought that was pretty cool. I've never seen nobody use a Blackstone indoors.
I thought he got away from all those breakfast cooks.
Nah, he did one today.
Maybe once a week. he got away from doing it every week or something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, that's about the time he was moving down here and everything, and just he wasn't able to do much of that until he got down here and got settled. You know.
No, I haven't seen that East one or Chris. What's her channel? Oh, she passed away.
I use olive oil and all. I do use avocado oil. I have used grapeseed oil only because of its high temp value.
Yeah, I just sort of switched over to avocado oil for that exact thing.
Yeah.
What's up, Brian? Still going, buddy?
Yeah, weren't cigarettes prescribed by doctors back in the day?
I think so.
Yeah, to help lose weight.
I can remember my mom was trying to lose weight one time, and she went to the doctor, and he gave her some big old diet pills, you know, and I didn't realize it back at the time. I was probably still a kid, but as I got a little bit older in my teens, he gave her a prescription of speed, and she couldn't take it. It was about to make her croak, you know. It's like he prescribed her speed. That's all the heck it was. Black Molly's or something like that. I don't know what she had.
Yeah, they're still prescribing that stuff.
Yeah, when I hit 18, Mom, you still got them diet pills?
I took it in college, and man, you have the whole house clean, all the homework done.
Yeah.
That stuff messes you up. After college,
Feel
I
like,
quit doing
feel like the top of your head's crawling.
Yeah, and man, it just keep you up for days.
Yeah, you don't get high off of or anything. It just, bang, you're just alert.
Just alert and hyper focused.
Yeah, and energetic, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good old days. The stuff they got out there now that does that, you'd never catch me trying that crap. It's way more potent than that stuff. Talking about crystal meth and all that junk.
Yeah, I was talking about legal, like not over the
counter, the doctors actually prescribed this stuff, you know, and most of your friends that had speed, as they called it, street name, it was all legal prescriptions that they managed to get or buy from somebody. That's all that was. Every bit of it was prescribed originally, you know.
But we can go down the rabbit hole of how bad that is and how people resort to other things after they can't get a prescription.
Did you ever see Requiem or a Dream? I think the mom. I don't remember that movie.
No, I don't know.
I know the movie. I haven't watched it. I heard it's pretty depressing. But anyway.
Yeah.
Blackjack Oak. You're exactly right, Russ.
What's that?
I'm sitting here looking at this oak. As soon as you said that, that's exactly what he said this was. I got right on that box, or I'll forget again.
Oh,
now cook it.
Blackjack?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Now I want to try and cook with it.
That's what the bark looks like on blackjack.
It's pretty impressive, Russ, that you were able to identify that, because wood looks like wood to me.
Yeah. I'm just, that bark looked very familiar because we've used so much of it, you know. It's real prominent, mainly like where Derek lives in Alabama, all over Georgia should have it, matter of fact.
Yeah, it may.
You probably got a lot of it in the woods right around you.
I got
keep having storms.
Yeah.
I got a fair amount of splits of pecan out there. I'd like to get someone to cut it up smaller for me. I don't have anything to do it with anymore. I've sold every damn thing.
I bought a cheap electric chainsaw from Home Depot, the one you plug into a extension cord, and then I got a electric splitter made by Ryobi. That's what I've been using. It's been working pretty good.
Yeah.
A
chop saw, I guess. I just don't want to cut off any fingers.
I tried a chop saw, like a miter saw, but it kind of bound up. So
yeah,
chainsaw works pretty good.
Might split it first and then take the splits and then cut them up to whatever size you want.
Yeah, well, they're already like 9-inch, and they're already split.
But
I want to take my bag is just about empty of small chunks for small cooks, and I want to take some of the bigger splits that I have and cut them up to smaller pieces to fill that bag back up, because I got plenty of longer stuff that I drove for like 2 hours to pick this stuff up
Yeah.
when I do the stick burner, but I haven't used that in so long, man. My kettle is so easy to roll out, fire it up, get the job done, and bring it back in.
Come on, man. You don't have any kids. Get out there with that offset smoker.
Oh, I will. And I was supposed to go out this morning. I was going to get a brisket earlier in the week, and I decided towards the end of the week, I said, it's just too much money to put out there for a brisket, eat on it one day, and then freeze it all up. I'd rather have some cooked, get a couple tomahawks or a couple tri-tips. That's, and it's, it's not wrapped up and put in the freezer until you pull it back out and thaw it out and warm it up.
Are you vacuum sealing your meat when you freeze it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a big unit like you have.
It don't matter as long as you pull a vacuum on it. That's the way I do it. And we took some of that brisket. Remember the chopped brisket video I did just recently?
Yeah.
And I'd forgotten about it. My wife says, I'm like, what are we going to eat tonight? She goes, we got that brisket. I'm like, oh, yeah. So she went and got some burger buns, and we had barbecue sauce. And the cool thing about them bags, especially the ones for a chamber bag, just drop them in boiling water, 25 minutes. You're ready to eat. Man, that brisket was just as good as it was the day I made it. I still got some left. I'm like, dang, that was good.
Yeah. That's what we did too. I made some jalapeno bacon burger from some beef scraps, and I had six more burgers left, and they're about a year old, but they were vacuum sealed. And I pulled them out today and cooked them up. They were really good. I enjoyed them.
Yeah, I had to open the freezer today for something, and I think I grabbed 2 Hot Pockets. Hot Pockets. And I seen that brisket and like, ooh, man, that's what I should be making.
Yeah, don't remind me of my deep freezer. I got to go through that thing. I don't even know.
I got mine ever since it went out and I fixed it. I cleared it out after that. I found all kind of stuff in the bottom. I'm talking about some sausage I made almost 4 years ago and stuff. I'm like, golly, I didn't know this isn't down here. That's not a problem with a chest freezer. You put stuff on top of it and it starts frosting over. It's not a self-defrost. Yeah. It just goes bad eventually. But, I wouldn't eat it. Nothing that old. So I cleaned it out real good. And right now there's very little anything in there. Just stuff we can get to easily,
Yeah, I've got to defrost mine. I've got frost building up in it. It's an old one too. It's probably 40 years old or better.
Oh shit! You're probably paying $200 a month in electricity for that thing.
Probably.
Did you say 40 years old or 4?
40, probably at least 40 years old. Yeah.
Holy shit! Mine's only 4 years old. That's when I had to buy that new relay for. I said, this thing's too new to be bad. The compressor ain't bad, so I'm gonna figure out what it is, and that's all it was. That little relay, man. It's like shit. Yeah. I bought 2 of them. I got one right up here.
Mother-in-law had it for years. She moved to North Carolina, left it here with me, and we've had it for at least 20 years.
Yeah,
probably longer than that.
They design stuff to break. It's kind of like them new style relays. They don't have contacts and an electromagnet like the old style that clicks close, and then when the power is off of it, it opens. Those have been around forever. Now they got that little ceramic disc in there that lets power go through it just long enough to start your compressor up, and then it's done heated up to the point to where it can no longer keep start winding ends, and it just, in other words, it heats and contracts. That's all it does. No moving parts. And they last about 4 years. Since I posted that video on my other channel, I done had a few people say, man, that was exactly what was wrong with mine. I bought that little $9 relay and right back up and running. I told you,
All right.
Yeah, that sucks though, because you're going to lose all that money you have invested in all the meat that's frozen or whatever's frozen.
I don't know if you've seen the video, but I've got a little thermometer in there that's got an alarm. Drop the probe down the bottom. It's magnetic. Stick it on the side. And if the temperature ever gets up to 30 degrees, you set it where you have the alarm go off. I set it right below freezing to where everything's still frozen. Gives me time to react, and done so. I had an Amazon link for those little thermometers, little alarms, and I have sold a fire out of them because everybody like, that's a good idea. It is a good idea. The only I think I paid $15 for that thing. It could save you a pile of meat. You never know when something like that's going out.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'll have to get one.
Yeah, Amazon. That's where I got it. Just a little peace of mind there. Every now and then I'll go to the freezer and I'll pull it off and I'll look at it. It'd be hanging around 1 degree, 1 degree Fahrenheit.
Nice.
Yep, she's working. Did you ever? Oh, I was wondering what Chris was responding to
there. Yeah.
That dang frog, he's just gonna do it all night. I can see that already. Not like he moved. Well, maybe he didn't. I thought he might have moved further out, but I got these headphones on.
What are you doing, Lance? You reading something?
Yeah. All y'all fools in that Discord. I'm just catching up to this stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good read.
Oh my god.
Could not believe that. But anyway.
I might get me some potting soil and do this. Like this week.
I have to come back to that.
Yeah, man.
Mother's little helper. Oh man. I got 5, 6 more, 4 more minutes.
Alrighty.
4 hours. I think I'm gonna call it.
I was gonna leave an hour ago, and you guys kept me here.
I get drinking more beer, and I gotta get up and go to work. I was hurting this morning.
Well,
I gotta find me something else to watch on Netflix. I've been binge watching so much stuff to where I'm pretty much washed out. Anybody know of any good series?
well, if you want to have another streaming service, I mean Apple TV. If you don't have it, they got so many good shows that I watch.
Yeah. I actually did. I signed up to that one time, and man, everything I looked at, they was wanting you to pay extra to watch it. So what the heck?
Yeah, so it's kind of like, and I know we've had this discussion before, but it's kind of like they've got their store
Yeah.
where you can buy TV series and movies, but then they have their Apple original shows, kind of like Netflix does.
Okay.
And
I'll give
all
it another.
those, every single Apple original series is amazing.
I've already got Netflix, Amazon Prime, and Hulu. My wife's paying for Hulu, and I looked through all of them earlier and like, let me just go back to YouTube. Let me do this. That was before I decided to watch that movie I watched. It was worth watching. It was decent. I didn't like the ending, but it was okay.
I mean, what kind of shows are you into?
It had Nicolas Cage in it. I like all kind of stuff, really.
A lot of good sci-fi on there. A lot of good historical.
Yeah.
Like not reenactment, but it's based on history type shows.
Right.
Yeah,
I have a vast library of stuff I like. It's kind of like music. I don't like just one genre. I can listen. Matter of fact, that's what I've been doing the last few days. I did that video for Golden Steer, and one of the things why they're so popular and got popular is that was a major hangout for Frank Sinatra and the Rat Pack with Dean Martin and all that bunch. And next thing I know, I'm sitting there watching a movie from 1960 yesterday called, now I know y'all have heard of Ocean's 11, that movie, but this was the original Ocean's 11. And the Rat Pack, the entire Rat Pack was in the movie. And plus there were some other actors in there that wasn't part of the Rat Pack. There was 11 of them all together, and they did a big heist in Las Vegas where they held up the Flamingo, the Sands, and 2 more of them. And walked away with all this money. You just had to see it. But I actually had to pay for that movie on Amazon Prime, $3 and something. I'm like, what? That's from 1960. But the quality was really good, full color, and it's like, dang. But yeah, I sit there and watch that. And I probably seen it before when I was a kid, just don't remember it. It's been so many years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They were
Did you
young
watch
back
it?
then.
Did you watch that link from that train I posted in Discord the other day, Googling about America's history? And they took the
Uh,
non-passenger cars and they went through the passenger cars and they developed different things like what are movies, how movies, popular movies back then, and some of the stuff was just so cool.
I
Good
don't know if I
God,
saw that. If you could send it to me again or text it to me, that'd be cool.
it was the history of the America's Pride train, and it was pretty cool. And they brought it out, and they had to pay. It went from the very beginning, and they had to. It'd been sitting on this in this yard for so long that back then, back in the 70s, they had to wire in this developer that wanted to restore it had to wire this company $8,000 so they could build some track, just so they could haul it out far enough for it to be looked at further or worked on, anything like that. It was cool. The restoration of it. There's only 2 guys left out of the 6 to 8 that restored this train, and but they took all these passenger cars. They left some passenger cars, for people to actually ride on it for like excursions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But they took, I want to say 9 for some reason. 9 sticks in my head, passenger cars. And it was basically you walked into each unit, and it was history, American history from different things. I can't remember everything that they did, but the one that really got me the most was the movies and stuff like that. But
Mm-hmm.
finally, Train Talk, right? But it was a
Okay.
really good video because what really got me is like you saw the hairdos, the clothes, the vehicles, and it was like, man, I so remember that. I used to wear pants like that, or I remember having a shirt like that, and I remember mom having her hair done like that. It was definitely a flashback for me.
Mm-hmm.
You ever watch those shows? I think they might be on Amazon Prime. I can't remember, but there was a whole series of them: the food that built America, the so and so that built America, and
Mm-hmm.
but they were talking about trains and all that stuff, train tracks in general. But one of them I watched was a Civil War back in 1800s, and how and why it took a turn to where the North won. And what was going on during all of that, fighting and everything, they were building tracks, like all the way out to the West Coast, and they were showing having to go through that terrain, and I'm talking about Rocky Mountains and all that stuff, and how they laid all them tracks in there and tunneling through rock and all. I was like, dang, yeah, man, you know. And I think the Chinese actually were being used over here a lot to help lay a lot of them tracks down back in them days.
Hmm.
But that really gave the North the upper hand when they were able to get supplies and weapons and everything else across the country. In the South, we didn't have no means to do any of that. But that was a turning point. But there was a couple of them on how they laid them tracks across America. It's pretty good, man. One of them takes you from like the cowboy and Indians all the way up to all these what used to be considered like modern day marvels, with the machinery and electricity when it first came to New York, with Thomas Edison. I enjoy stuff like that too,
Oh yeah.
as long as it's factual,
Yeah. Lance, do you prefer beef tallow or KY?
It depends on the moment.
No, okay.
If I'm cooking, I'm good with beef tallow. If I'm what they used to say, knocking boots.
Yeah.
When you get old, KY helps.
Yeah.
I heard a rumor today that Lance was bisexual. If he gets sex, he has to buy it.
Well, I think he has to trade for it because he deals with all the Amish.
That's true.
My daughter's sending me messages now.
Oh no.
I left the tab open, so now she's there it goes. She's putting in some crazy hours, man, just to keep herself busy.
Mm-hmm. Hold on. I'm gonna grab one more beer. I know you're probably gonna end soon, but I'm still having one more beer.
There you go. Get you a beer, man. He'll survive. Like your hat, man. That's the same hat I wore. Well, one just like it on my steak video.
After hours check, Lance gets frisky. With Lance, it's not knocking boots, it's rocking wagons. What's up, Lewis? I missed a lot of chat. Must have been rolling all of a sudden.
Yeah, there ain't been no welding talk other than that sign. I showed the sign earlier. That was all welded together.
So I still didn't understand that sign thing. You ordered something different because you didn't like something.
All right. I didn't like the hang on.
Yep.
I'll show you a picture of what it looked like with the red transparent plexiglass, and here's why I didn't like it. Ah, shit. Let me find a still picture, not a video. Here's one right here. You can see the LED lights in the background. You can't hardly read what the hell it's saying. You can't see nothing. I'm like, I don't like that. So I turned around and ordered the white plexiglass that diffuses the light way better. Now, I don't have just a photo, but you can, hang on, there it comes. Now you can see it.
Yeah.
Bill Savvy DIY, it just looks so much better.
Yeah.
I was right there. I was just showing how much light that new wall wash I bought. Yeah, I bought that wall wash. You can do multiple colors with it. But anyway, yeah, that looks way better.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. And I'm actually making a video and I'm showing my mistake. And, you know, I would have been through with it a week ago, but I went, all right, let me just go ahead and order the white. The difference is I bought a transparent plexiglass, red transparent, and I should have bought a red translucent, but I got away from red altogether. It's just too dark of a color for the color of that sign. You know, white pops. So that's what I went with. No, just something.
Lance, Chingao.
I'm going to do lives on that channel starting probably October when it cools off. I'm not going to do them in the summer months, not out there. Do it fall, winter, and spring, take the summer off. And then also intros and closings for some of my videos will be done in there.
Sexy time room. Brian, where's that? That's what I just saw Lewis and Simon talking. What's that daggone short video that you got now with that rooster? Last I looked, that thing went up to 34. It was at 3,400 views. I don't know if Brian Lloyd is still in here or not. 11:06 he was here 4 minutes ago. I couldn't believe it. I mean, not that it's bad. I just couldn't believe that 3,400 views for a rooster basically walking around. It was like, good Lord, man. That's good views for a rooster. But that rooster, I had never seen a rooster with those kind of markings on it before. It looks like someone went with that thing and with a wide black marker and just drew a design in it. I just seen it not long ago.
Man, there's crazy stuff. Shorts mainly. You know, I'll see a thumbnail and it'd be some girl's butt, you know, in a bikini, and I'll click on it. Next thing you do, you see like a split second, and then she's on a slide going into a pool. It's like, crap.
Yeah.
It's all clickbait BS.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the one's got bikini on, and she's got her ass pushed out in golden sea bright rooster, and she's washing her car. Don't get me going again. I hate that shit, man. Not that I hate
they'll show like a split second. I have one. I watched one the other day that pissed me off almost. It was on the old Andy Griffin show, and the title, I swear to God, it says why Ron Howard finally comes out why he hated him so much. I'm like, who did he hate, Andy? You know, and I had my curiosity. I watched that entire video to find that, and nothing was said about it. All the comments, clickbait. Man, that shit ought to be against YouTube policy. I think it is, actually. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. Actually, they were talking about a movie that all the movies that Ron Howard has directed or produced since he's been a producer, which has been a while now. And one of them I had never heard of, and now I can't think of it, but I had to watch that movie just to see what it was. I watched it right after I watched that video. Can't remember the name of it.
Dang, Russ, you're a sucker for clickbait. Yeah,
well, I am.
Let's have this conversation when you're 65 years old, Lewis.
Yeah, don't act like you ain't never clicked on something. I don't believe it for a minute. What was the name of that movie? Oh, who knows?
So you're going to work tomorrow, Lance?
Yeah, I've got a second coat to put on a foundation. I started painting last Friday.
What's her name?
Ooh. Got that, and I got some more. I was supposed to start putting all the trim down, but now they're talking about recoating the floors, the wood floors. So may have to hold off on that. And then Tuesday, I start another job altogether. But it's on the water, and it's a small job. We got to go back behind a company that doesn't do work quite up to this owner's standards. So I got to go in and go behind him and fix some things up, just pretty stuff up.
I got you. Well, that didn't sound like any fun.
No, but it'll be all right. 64. I didn't think Lewis was that old. Thought he was still. I think he thought he was younger, but still in his 60s.
Here it is, right here. Hillbilly Elegy was that movie. That was pretty good. I had to actually Google what all movies he's produced or directed. Hillbilly Elegy.
Opie is a big into F1. Thought you went to bed.
He took a nap.
Still lurking.
Surfing, can't sleep.
Yeah, he's done real good. A lot of them child actors, man, they end up drugged out, dead, and all kind of things. But he kept his shit together.
Car racing.
They got train racing, train F1.
Hey, Lance, you don't have a train that needs welding, do you?
No, sir. No.
That guy I sold my pizza oven to, he owns a fabrication business. And he seen my machine. He's like, man, that's a good-looking weld machine. And the guy that actually came to help him was one of his employees. And he's seen it. He goes, man, I got a machine just like that. Those are good machines. I was like, yeah, I'm liking it. And so I was sitting there talking to him. I said, hey, if y'all have some small project stuff I could do right here, I don't want to leave the house and go off. I said, let me know. And that guy said, I'll definitely be giving you a call like that. And that boy that was with him, I say boy, he's a grown man, like mid-20s or something. He goes, let me have your phone number like that. So I'm hoping that generates a little side work for me. that I can do right out here in my garage. You know.
Yeah, that'd be sweet. That'd be
Yeah,
sweet.
it would be.
So you sold a pizza oven too, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I saw it.
That's all I sold was pizza oven.
I thought you had some. Oh, the dough thing you sold.
Oh yeah, the dough sheeter. I did sell that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
And you had an electric smoker, didn't you?
Yeah, I had it on there, but I took it down. I
Okay.
decided to keep it. I'm gonna smoke mullet on it.
There you go.
Not only that, my wife, she goes, you know good well you're gonna be wanting to do smoked sausage on it. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I'm keeping it.
I. Okay, James, take care. Good rest evening. All right, Des. Giving it the other lives. So it sounds like Simon's going to stay on Tuesdays. But he's still in the chat, though. He's not moving to Mondays, so we'll see you on Tuesday.
I lost an $800 wait a minute, where'd it go? Oh, $800 wedding gig today. Wedding gig? What are you, a photographer or caterer?
Probably cooking, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah. First I thought he said welding, then I had to reread it. Simon got us on welding now. Thanks, Simon.
It doesn't take much.
No, it don't. Oh goodness. But yeah, that dough sheeter, man, I couldn't have sold that to a better person. I think I told you they just opened a pizza place not far from here on Porter Road, and I told Karina all they do is delivery and takeout. That's what it says on their Facebook page, Pug's Pizza Parlor. And I just want to try it. Her son, to me, he was a kid, and Trina's like, that boy's in his mid-20s. I'm like, okay, well, I guess 20-year-olds look like teenagers to me now, you know, at my age. But he worked that thing like nobody's business. He's never used one. I mean, it come out perfectly round. He used it more out here in my garage than I used it the whole time I had it. You know, it's like, I'm glad it went to somebody that can actually put it to work, you know.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Have you tried their pizza yet?
Mm-mm. Tell her I want to go by there one day and let's just get a slice or two each, you know.
You'll have to give it a shot.
Sure.
So the guy that bought the pizza oven just going to be a pizza cooker now, huh?
No, I mean, he's the guy that owns the fabrication shop. This big money dude right here, man. He lives in Diamond Head. Rich people. That he just got it for his back patio or whatever, you know.
Right.
They're from New Jersey originally, so they've had plenty of wood-fired pizza, you know. And a lot of his work he does is over in New Orleans. Matter of fact, he called me the other day. He said it was in Belle Chase, which is like New Orleans, a part of New Orleans, and said he's trying to beat the rain to get over here and pick it up. And he did. He got here in time. Had one of them trailers that, what do you call that? What do you call a trailer that just...
It's a tilt trailer?
Tilt trailer. Yeah, big old flatbed tilt trailer. And anyway, we took it and just rolled it up on there, brought it all the way up forward, and tilted back down. He strapped it down good. I didn't trust him. He bought some new straps. It was some little cheap, lightweight ones. I said, man, this thing is top heavy, you know. And so I ended up giving him like a 2-inch heavy duty strap. I don't even know where it came from. And I think it's something Derek brought over here a long time ago. I said, here, you can take it, have it, and make me feel better. Because if you had to slam your brakes, I feel like you're going to break these straps, you know. That one, I hold it. So I just let him take it with him.
Have you seen those trailers? I think they're meant for forklifts, but basically they drop all the way like flush to the ground.
No, but that would be handy.
I rented one to move all my smokers and grills because I didn't want to push them up a ramp.
Yeah.
But yeah, it goes even with the pavement, and you just wheel it right on, and then it lifts up with hydraulics straight up.
Who rents it?
Sunbelt.
I've heard of them. We got them here locally. Sunbelt.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know the name of that contraption or what
I
it
think
is?
it's called a drop. Let me look it up real quick. It's called a drop
You gonna
deck.
miss that pizza oven? You think any, Russ? You're just done with it.
Nah, I'm not gonna miss it, man. It lived at Derek's almost the entire time I had it. I only used it for videos. It ain't like I could, And I was going to like do up a bunch of pizza dough. And it's just like, nah, I ain't gonna miss it. I'm
Yeah.
not.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
actually glad to hear you. Google and I were talking about that earlier. It's like, he asked me if I did anything else to that pizza oven. I said, man, I just cannot bring myself. I said, I know me well enough that I get that big ass pizza oven and pay $1,000 or a couple $1,000 for it, whether it's new or used. And I said, I'm going to use it a few times, and then it's going to be like the novelty's worn off of it.
That's exactly the way it was with me. Now, if I was AJ's age again, I'd be all over it. Energetic, ready to roll. I'd be out there quite a bit, but I'm at the point, man. I hate to say it, but I'm getting where I really don't want to cook much of nothing anymore. It's sad to say when you have a cooking channel. I've been pumped all these years, but man, it's really changing rapidly. It's kind of why I'm getting this other channel rolling. Hopefully, one day it'll roll good. But for right now, I've got to do both.
Yeah, Russ, that trailer is called a drop deck trailer.
Drop deck. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah,
Right.
that pizza oven, I just feel like I'm going to keep it for life or until it, wears out. And
Sure.
I don't use it every week, but at least once a month, I'll make pizzas.
Yeah.
And
If
I
I
love it.
even used mine that much, I probably would have kept it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I mean, I've used it one time since it's been sitting here, which has been a while, and that wasn't even a pizza. It was a cast iron skillet with chicken wings in it. It's just like,
But man, it makes some
you know,
damn good pizza. You can't get good pizza here in Georgia, so
yeah,
I'm sure you can somewhere, but not where I'm at.
right. Have you ever tried Marco's pizza?
I have. It's not bad.
No, Marco's is pretty good. It kind of reminds me of wood fired pizza. The dough they use and all,
Hmm.
it's pretty decent.
Yeah, I got it once. I really liked it. My wife didn't, so obviously I
Really?
can't have it anymore.
Dang.
I think what
Well,
I'm.
my
I think
wife works a lot, so I'll call DoorDash and they'll bring it to me. They won't deliver. I'm a little too far out, but DoorDash will bring it to me.
Yeah.
I think I'm just going to get a couple pizza stones and just put it on the Weber. It'll be good enough for the wife and I.
Yeah.
I'm not
Some
into pizza.
somewhere, I think it's at Derek's, and they probably still sell them. It's called a kettle pizza, and it's an attachment for a Weber. You know what I'm talking about. I've got some
Yeah,
videos using it, and you
yeah,
slide your pizza in there, and the fire rolls up the back. That's a wood fired pizza, man. It really
yeah,
is. It ain't roomy and all like the one I had and stuff like
yeah.
that. It ain't nothing to look at really, but it will get the job done.
Yeah, Guggen's talked me out of that one, but
Yeah.
I thought if I could still do the same difference if I had the two stones with that, that proper gapping between them. They were saying to get that air gap into them, I can still close the lid on that, the dome on it, and still get that reaction, from
Yeah,
the
I've
heat.
seen people use Weber plenty of time for pizza, but I'm gonna tell you a little trick too. And I don't know what they cost now, but I used to buy them 6 by 6 inch quarry tiles, non-glazed quarry tiles. You can get them at Lowe's or Home Depot. They're 6 inches, and I would do this in my oven. If you can get an oven or have an oven that gets up to 500 degrees, you take your bottom shelf and you put it as far down as you can get it, whatever your lowest setting is, and you stack those quarry tiles in there. Just fill that whole grate up with them, and then use that as your pizza stone. Works fantastic, and if one happens to break or you drop one, they're only like 60 cents a piece, something like that. But I used to use them all the time inside of an oven. But your oven needs to get up to 5 minimum. 5 to 550 would be even better. Now you wouldn't be able to do like a Neapolitan dough like I use, but you could do most pizzas. I mean, you
Yeah.
could. You just have to cook it longer. It wouldn't be as good, but it'd still be good enough.
But what kind of stick burner do you have, Russ? Or sorry, Lance?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah, what kind of stick
Uh,
burner do you have?
I've got the Oklahoma Joe Bandera and the Oklahoma Joe. I couldn't think of the other night. I'm still not going to be able to remember it. It's the vertical offset.
Oh, okay.
It's I can't remember. It begins with an L, if I remember correctly.
Longhorn maybe, but
Longhorn.
yeah. Either way, I know Russ has made a video of making a pizza in the firebox.
Yep.
So you have your wood burning fire underneath. You put a stone or a steel.
I'll tell you the truth, man. I use that big old heavy stone that's squared off on the back end, and it's the one that I have with the kettle pizza. I got a brand new one down here, ain't never been used, but that was perfect, man. And it's a square box, 24-inch square box, and those pizzas turned out great to be done in a firebox. It blew me away.
My Bandera is a LSG wannabe. I put I've got a steel plate in there like they did with their offset. How they made the firebox, they put a steel plate on there for a griddle. I had a plate made for it. It's a quarter inch steel that sits on my firebox. I can take it in and out, but I could do something like that. But
a lot of people will swear by a pizza still over a stone, just the way it does at bottom, you know. But
yeah,
I've never used one, but I know a lot of people swear by them.
and you'll probably only need one of them, I would think.
Yeah, just one. Yep. You can use them in your oven or like the firebox. Is your firebox round or square?
The top is square. The opening, it's got a lift up top where it's the box itself is round, yeah. But the steel plate I have in there is rectangular.
Okay, yeah, it shouldn't matter the shape of it. I was just curious. That's what I like about them Lone Star grills. They got so much room on them boxes like that, you know. Joe Vertical is the Bandera. Oklahoma Joe Vertical is the Bandera.
The upright, horizontal. I'm sorry, did I say vertical? I meant horizontal. I had the vertical Bandera, but the horizontal one I think is a Longhorn. It's a big cooker.
Yeah.
And I've got the LSG wood management basket for both of them. Like $75 for that damn basket.
Yeah, but it's worth every penny of it, man. When they first come out, I ordered one for my offset. I seen it, I ordered it. I mean, within 10 minutes, I got a freaking refund, and Chris emailed me. He goes, I was going to send you one anyway. I just refunded your money on it. Okay, thanks, man. But he did. He sent me one. But I wanted that dude because that's one thing I didn't like. I had that big old fire grate, 1/2 inch thick, but logs are rolled around. I didn't want nothing getting too close to that paint, you know.
Right.
And that just holds it dead center, right where it should be. I fell in love with that dude.
I definitely love that basket. Because I'm using a different application, though, I have to put space under it because, in other words, you have like a diamond plate or expansion metal somewhere on there where your ash actually drops out of the basket.
Yeah.
Well, mine will build up because it's got no place to go.
I see.
So I have to put steel spacers in there so when that spent ash drops,
I got you.
It has a place to fall to.
Yeah. The one I had, Derek owns it now, but the fire grate, like I said, is 1/2 inch, and it's got all the slots that were plasma cut out of it. So the ash, matter of fact, that little fire management basket comes with expanded metal in the bottom of it. I took that out. That way the ash can just fall straight onto the grate like it normally does, you know.
Yeah. I didn't think about that. I used mine, but I never thought about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not tacked in, or at least mine isn't. You pull it out, leave it in.
Yeah, mine isn't. Yeah, I think it's got a little weight to it, too.
Yeah.
All right,
that's
boys.
something I want to...
I think I'm going to hop off.
Yeah, I imagine Lance is probably getting ready to close this thing out anyway.
Yeah, I got wheels one more time. I got to get up 6:30.
Damn.
Going to job.
Yeah, you need to go to bed, man.
I still got to pack up a pump. Man, I got a pump. I bought it back in April, and I've never had to use it until yesterday. I was cleaning my pond out again, and that thing ran for maybe 10 minutes, and it just stopped pumping water. It still ran, but it stopped pumping water. So I wrenched everything out and took everything off. I took all the attachments, adapters off the pump base to make sure it was doing anything, and it would just gurgle water down there. It wouldn't push it out. It would just stay right there. Once you put any type of a fitting on the end of it that's supplied with the unit, it wouldn't squirt it out. It just stops pushing water.
Hmm.
So of course I call or not call, but go to Amazon, and because I bought in April, well, we're not going to do anything for you. I said, I bought this pump, something you don't use every damn day. Here I am 30 days past my all right, NBL, good night, buddy. Brian Lloyd, good night, buddy. So I had to call customer service. I called them up and had them call me rather, and still at it, chef. And they said, well, let me look into it and see what I can do, because it was beyond the time period. But they sent me a label for it, ship it back. I said, well, that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Heck yeah.
All right, guys. Well, it was fun chatting with y'all. I'm gonna hop off and go to bed.
I am too.
AJ.
I gotta get this thing packed up so the wife can stick a label on it.
All right. See
I'll
you
have a
everybody
good
in the
night.
chat. I'll see you the next time.
Later, chat.
Chat, thank you all so much for hanging around. And I'm here to the end. Okay, buddy. I thought you were. Take care of your mom. Okay, ladies and gents. Hope y'all have a great week. I thought you were cutting out, but I am. Y'all have a good one. Russ, again, thank you, buddy.
Yeah, man. Later, chat. Later, Lance.
Okay, man.